single steps. You must have heard of him, Lao Tzu. This conference is one of those first vital steps. Together, we are laying the groundwork for an institution that not only seeks growth but strives to lead with innovation, collaboration, and unwavering commitment to research excellence. Professor Clarker, the first chancellor of the University of California, Berkeley, once said, "The university is not only a community of scholars, it is a community of learners, and in that learning, it must continuously reinvent itself." This quote reflects the essence of our gathering today. We are not only exchanging ideas today, we are challenging ourselves to envision and build a university that is globally respected, locally grounded, and intellectually vibrant. Over the course of this conference, we will engage with themes that are essential to this transformation: institutional excellence, international collaboration, dynamic research ecosystem, strategic partnership, stakeholder engagement, and the evolving role of higher education in a rapidly changing world. Thank you all for being part of this journey. Let us move forward with openness, curiosity, and a shared commitment to excellence. Your ideas, your questions, and your voices will shape the conversation and our collective future. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, now to officially begin our conference, it is my great pleasure to invite a guiding light for Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, Mr. Bhanu Acharya, respected member of our Board of Trustees and former Auditor General of Nepal, to deliver his opening speech. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, let me welcome the chief guest, chairperson of the University Grant Commission, Professor Devraj Adhikari, the speakers of the inaugural session, Professor Rampo Sho, Professor Suzanne Fortier, Professor Richard Miller, Mr. Bruce Flesner, Professor Sriram Ramakrishnan, Dr. Kenichi Ohashi, Professor Rajendra Joshi, Professor Suresh Manandar. Let me also welcome other distinguished conference participants in person and online, and students of the Madan Bhandari University. Mr. Padam Jyoti, the chairperson of the Board of Trustees, was not able to welcome sincere greetings. Let us wish him a speedy recovery. I have been associated with Madan Bhandari University for 2 years as a trustee. Trusteeship is a new concept for universities in Nepal. I have great satisfaction in serving as a trustee. The Board of Trustees is the custodian of the university entrusted by the government. Among the key roles of the Board of Trustees are to appoint the president and support and supervise the work of the university management headed by the president. The clear line of accountability and the autonomy bestowed on the university by the Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology Act 2079 has enabled the university to operate very effectively. I am proud to note that an institution with highest degree of integrity and fairness is taking root in Nepal. I am sure its success can have profound impact on the development of other institutions in Nepal. The university has achieved remarkable success within a short span of time. Within 2 years of operation of the university under the Board of Trustees, it has been able to start PhD and a Master of Applied Science program. In 5 years, by building an excellent physical infrastructure and recruiting highly motivated and talented faculty members and administrative staff. The uniqueness of the university is that every faculty member and student is engaged in research directly relevant to growth of the economy and improvement of the well-being of the people. This approach is helping to forge collaboration between industry and communities and university. Industry and there are a number of lessons to be learned from the experience of the university. First, it is important for universities to realize that they exist to serve to the society, as opposed to tendency of universities to treat the interest of the country subordinate to the interest of the staff. Second, universities should not shy away from introducing innovative management practices, which have the potential for contributing to the development of the country, for the fear of backlash from the staff and being questions about the compliance from regulatory bodies from a very narrow angle. Third, the management to be capable of understanding reforms should be able to maintain the highest degree of integrity, be able to keep the interest of the university and the country supreme, and not be influenced by partisan political interests. Among innovations in management adopted by the university are time-based remuneration system for staff, fixed-term renewable contract for staff, generous financial assistance of students, amendment of the practices of the back paper examination, and qualifying for works contracts. Only those contractors who have the track record of completing contracts within the original contract period. These and other bold reforms are behind the success of the universities to this stage. The trustees with the leadership experience in world-class university has greatly contributed to the performance of the universities. Without their valuable inputs and support, it would not have been possible for the university to get out of the status quo prevailing in the country. The experience of university shows that changes are possible in Nepal if universities are determined to contribute to the development of the country and they are provided with requisite autonomy. I would like to suggest the policymakers to closely study the experience of MBUST for introducing critical reforms in higher education. The initial success of the university may give a false impression that the road ahead would be easy. It will not be. The greatest challenges are securing financing and protecting it from vested interest. I would like to appeal to all stakeholders to keenly watch the development of the university and support it in all possible ways. I would like to request the participants of the conference to carefully discuss about the experience of the university and suggest measures for meeting the challenges. At the end, I wish a grand success to this conference. I thank you all for your attention and attendance. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Acharya. That was right on time. We still have 1 minute extra. Now we move to the keynote sessions. Are we ready? I hope Professor Suzanne Fortier is ready with our presentation. So this session brings together visionary minds who have shaped institutions and inspired generations. Let us now dive into a series of inspiring keynote addresses that capture the vision of building a world-class university. We have 4 keynote speeches will be presented online, and we are grateful to Nepal Research and Education Network, our partner, for their support in this regard. Now I would like to request Suzanne Fortier to present. In a time of drastic change, it is who inherit the future. The quote by Eric Hoffer emphasizes the importance of continuous learning and adaptability in navigating rapid societal shift. Now I invite Professor Suzanne Fortier, trustee of MBUST and former president of McGill University, to reflect on building a world-class university in a rapid changing world. Thank you.
Merci, thank you. Good morning, bonsoir. It's a pleasure to be with you, although I would prefer to be there in person, but I'm wishing you a very good conference. I will try to share my slides now. Let me see here. Yes, so the Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is in its building phase. It's doing a very good job and it's moving quite rapidly. But as we all know, our world is changing very, very rapidly at the moment. There are many factors, geopolitical tensions. I don't need to say much about this. You all know them. Technological advancements, of course, climate change, values and principles. So we're in a very big period of change in the world. Early in the year 2000, we talked about a VUCA world, which meant that our world was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Well, I learned
Professor Fortier, can you share a slide, please?
Yes, I did. I thought I did. Okay, I'll try again. Let me see here. I thought I did share.
Can you, from there, do it, please? There you go.
Yes?
Yes,
Can you see
thank
the
you.
slide? Okay, so rapidly changing world, many areas are changing very rapidly. Back early 2000, we talked about a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. I learned recently that actually this is no longer the case. It's passé. It's gotten worse. We're now in a BANI world, brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible. So this is a very difficult period that we're going through. I don't need to say much about the geopolitical tension. Technological advancement, I think we all see them. AI, personalized medicine, and so on. But I think the most important thing here that I want to point out is that we were not really ready for all of these changes. And in particular, we're not ready with their ethical challenges. And that's very worrisome. So we need to move much faster. Climate change, I just want to say a few words about this because many people still doubt that we have climate change, strangely enough. And I mentioned 2 examples that to me are very striking. In the UAE in 2024, they had very difficult period of rain. This is supposed to be an area that is in desert climate, and yet they have a very difficult period of flooding because of rain. In my own country, in Canada, which most people think about as a cold country, we had temperature of 49.6 degrees Celsius in 2021. So if there are doubters about climate change, I think they should look at the data. And I know, of course, that in Nepal, there were some severe flooding problems very recently also. So I think we're all seeing those changes. What is very also worrisome is that values and principles are at risk at the moment. Integrity in particular, excellence, academic freedom, equality, diversity and inclusion, sovereignty, democracy. All of these values and principles are currently at risk, and we all need to stand up and defend them, and particularly in the higher education system. So this is very, very important. So in this very tough period, building a world-class university will require not only determination and fortitude, but also four very important ingredients. Inspiring and compelling vision and mission. I think that is certainly the case with Madan Bhandari, University of Science and Technology. Strong leadership, the ability to attract and retain talent, and the support and commitment from government. And I think we have many, many examples around the world where those four ingredients were essential for building world-class university. What is impressive is that it can be done, and it can be done in a relatively short period. I think we have, again, many, many examples, particularly from, I would talk about colleagues who are with me on the board of Madan Bhandari, University of Science and Technology from Singapore and from South Korea, where they were able to build first-class university, world-class university, because those four ingredients were in place. And I'd like to end my very short presentation with a few lines from a song from Bob Dylan, "The Times They Are A-Changin'." Now, I would like to particularly focus on the last four lines. The order is rapidly fading, and the first one now will later be last, for the times they are a-changing. Now, I'm sure that Bob Dylan did not anticipate the kind of change that he's seeing in his own country right now. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about building a brighter future, a better future. That's what he was talking about. And I think that's what we're talking about with Madan Bhandari, University of Science and Technology. And just a note of hope. The first one now will later be last, and some now who are young and not ranked very highly in the world as top university may well move up in the first or in the first ranks of world-class university. I think we need to believe that we can do it, and that with the ingredients that I mentioned in place, this is possible in Nepal with a university like MBUST. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Professor Fortier. Now I'd like to invite next, please welcome Professor Richard Miller, founding president of Olin College of Engineering, as he shares why he continues his association with Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. Professor Miller, you can speak, please. The floor is yours.
Hello. I'm so pleased to be with you today. I wish I could be with you in person. Professor Joshi suggested this title, which is quite reflective. I've not given a talk like this before, and the topic of why I am so supportive of what you're doing has caused me to sit back and think about the state of the world, the state of education, and the state of your institution. I'm going to try to share my slides now. So let me see if the organizers can open the opportunity for me to open my slide deck so that you can see a couple of questions I have posed. There we go. Okay, let's see that. And then if I can do that. Okay. Let me move to the first slide. Why am I doing this? This has, by the way, been a very emotional week for me, so that you'll understand a little bit about the context of the talk. We've had a death in the family with a funeral this morning, and so I've been spending most of the day consoling family members about loss. Why am I doing this? I know the power of higher education because it changed my life. That's why I do what I do. I think the power of education can change the lives of every young person in Nepal. There's no higher calling. Just very briefly, my brother and I are the first in our generation to go to college. My grandfather had an 8th grade education. He was a dairy farmer. My father was born on the kitchen table of the house I grew up in. Both of my parents died in a mobile home park. We are not from wealthy or educated stock. And education opened doors for me that no one could imagine. That's why I think it's worthy of time and energy. And what you're doing is worthy of this time and energy. I also know the power of starting anew, starting from a blank sheet. It's not the same thing as becoming a faculty member at Harvard. I was the first president of Olin College, where I stayed for 21 years. When I began, I was the first employee. Olin College was not yet a place. It was just an idea. And when I left, the college was highly ranked. I know some of the challenges of starting from a blank sheet, which you are now going through. I also have seen firsthand how innovation can spread from a new idea with no name recognition at all to changing education on a global scale. And I'm also convinced at this moment in history, unless we can do this across the globe, unless we can create a global community of innovators who are one family, the 21st century could be the last century for human occupation of the planet. So the stakes are very high. Let me unpack this a little. I've seen firsthand how innovation can spread at scale. Just a few facts about the Olin journey. Olin, in my last 10 years there, and I left in 2020, just as COVID began, we hosted leaders from 800 universities in 65 countries. We did not invite them. They found us. They were all looking for ways to innovate in their educational system. The MIT created a benchmark study of the state of the art of engineering education in 2018. That was 12 years after we graduated our very first class. So this is not too long in your future that you'll be graduating your first class. MIT did a benchmark study, which I'll come back to in a minute. There's a picture of the cover of that study. MIT has now developed what they call the NEAT program, the New Engineering Education Transformation Program in engineering education. This is an attempt, as the founder of this program mentions, to Olinize the MIT curriculum. So MIT is always considered to be the pinnacle of world-class universities in science and technology. I'm not sure that it's the best idea for every country to try to replicate MIT, but to replicate the success and the influence of MIT is very admirable. And finally, our first class, the class of '06, has already produced people that you have heard of. There's one graduate, Frances Haugen, who was the Facebook whistleblower, testified before the US Congress and before Parliament about the concerns that technology has created for the well-being of young people. And it's gotten only worse since then. Because of my unique history, I knew Frances Haugen when she was in the 7th grade. She shared a music stand with our daughter in the orchestra at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. I know her parents. You would not have picked Frances Haugen to be a global figure in the transformation of technology from her childhood. Education shaped her future too. I said the global state-of-the-art study that MIT put together in 2018 was shocking to me. As you can see from this chart, their report identified Olin College as #1 in the world as being recognized as current leaders in engineering education. And we'd only been in existence for 12 years, only had graduates for 12 years. It's possible that Madan Bhandari, University of Science and Technology, can influence the world with the education that you create. So never give up that vision. We need a global community of innovators now more than ever. Just to give you some indication of that, let me show you a graph of human population over all of recorded human history. As you can see, the total population of humans on the planet was less than 1 billion until very recently, until around 1900. And now it's skyrocketing. What's the cause of this? Most observers identify the impact of technology as the result of this spike. By the way, the rapid increase in human population is not the result of a rapid increase in the birth rate. This is, in fact, a rapid decrease in the death rate, which is caused by the impact of technology in improving conditions over the planet. This is wonderful news, but it's also an existential threat. The planet cannot support that rapid change in the population without thinking very differently about what it means to be a human on the planet today. How do we address these complaints? So I know my time is almost up. So what I'm going to do now is to give you a perspective on what the future might hold and what the role of your institution is in preparing the next generation across the globe. I'm going to do this with this photograph. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it. It's called the pale blue dot. It was taken in 14 February 1990, 35 years ago. I started out my career as an aerospace engineer, and I was a consultant for 15 years with a small company called Astro Research Corporation, a competitor to the Jet Propulsion Lab. We made large deployable spacecraft, including the Voyager 1, some components on the Voyager 1, which is the first man-made object to leave the solar system. One of the directors at NASA at the time was an astronomer at Cornell named Carl Sagan. And Carl Sagan asked the Jet Propulsion Lab to do an unusual thing. As the Voyager spacecraft left the solar system, he asked them to turn the camera around backwards and take a picture of Earth, the planet which left and launched that satellite. And this is the first picture of Earth from deep space, that little tiny dot that you can see. The bands of light that you see on this picture are an artifact of the fact that the sun is very close to the Earth in this picture. So they're trying to block the sun, and the optical validity of the lens is not perfect, and so you get these artificial bands. So this picture of the fragility of this little tiny planet suspended in space inspired Carl Sagan to draft a commencement speech for Cornell University in 1994. And I'm going to read only a couple of paragraphs from this, quite short, but his talk was 3 minutes, mine will be less. He says to the audience, look again at that dot. That's here, that's home, that's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator of doctrines, every destroyer of a civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every super leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of
Professor
the river
Miller,
of blood.
you have 1 minute left, please.
Thank you. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic universe. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another, to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known. You're preparing graduates at MBUST to help save humanity from the grand challenges of sustainability, global health, security, and enhancing life in the 21st century. We are one family. Our best chance is working together. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Professor Miller. Now we move to the next presentation by Mr. Bruce Flesner. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest, as Benjamin Franklin once said. So next, Mr. Flesner introduces us to the transformative Everest Fund of Science and Technology, a dedicated endowment to support our initiative, Academic Excellence. Please welcome Mr. Bruce Flesner, Chairperson of the Everest Fund of Science and Technology, to introduce the Everest Funds of Commitment to the Bhandari University of Science and Technology. Mr. Flesner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And it's a great privilege to have a chance to chat with everyone. I will try to be brief today. It is an extraordinary effort to try to build a new university. And there are examples around the places that in their first generation changed the way we think about their universities and changed the impact that they could have on the world. We just heard the example of the Olin Foundation. It's a great example about that. I would think about Monash or UC San Diego in their first 50 years of really being able to make a huge difference. And it's a really exciting sort of time. And so I wish I was there in person to sort of chat with everybody about the real issue ahead and the opportunities that you have to do something very, very special. Probably the most important thing any of us will be involved in our careers and in our lives. What I wanted to tell you a little bit about is that the Everest Fund was established, and you will hear later from Ken, who's part of the group, as a vehicle by which people from the United States can make charitable gifts and funnel them to the university. You're the only recipient that can come out of the Everest Fund gifts. And it's a way in which people can, and foundations can make a tax advantage way of being able to do this. I suspect that in the years to come, we will set up similar vehicles in Australia and Canada and the UK and else places in order to provide an opportunity for people from around the globe to be able to make an investment. If I just look at the United States, last year, Americans gave away about $570 billion. This year, it'll be probably a little over $600 billion, or about $50 billion a month. That goes to a wide variety of causes, not just to a handful of great research universities about the grouping, but about 5% or about $30 billion every year goes to causes outside the United States. And you start to understand that the funding of universities is a much more global phenomena philanthropically than you might think. I was just chatting this week with people from two of the great universities in the UK, and they were talking about sort of new interest from not only the Middle East, but also from South Asia in funding important work that they're doing at the same time that the Brits are sending more money internationally. So we're setting up this fund as a way to sort of say, let's find a way to be able to make our case to the great foundations in North America, to a number of the individuals who have family connections to Nepal, a number of individuals who are great philanthropists, and some people who just have come to love the country when they became visitors and have a long-term interest in this. And so we're going to be able to try to introduce this as an opportunity to give people a chance to make a real investment. One of the real advantages that we have is that we're able to sort of lay out the opportunity there is for your gifts to make a real difference. We have the advantage about saying that we're in the middle of thinking about what the university should look like in the 21st and the 22nd century, and not necessarily the traditions that we had in the past. And as Suzanne mentioned at the beginning, the world is changing very rapidly, very, very rapidly about that. And so the opportunities to be able to talk about the fact that we're focused on a new university in a great country who could make a huge difference, I think will inspire a number of individuals. And so we're looking forward to the opportunity to share the good news and to talk to more donors about the possibility of making their investments. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flesner. Thank you for your initiatives. Having said this, I'd like to remind everyone, and it's our pleasure to announce that the sheer initiative of our president, we are able to raise 12.5 million up to now in our endowment fund with the other initiatives. So I'd like everyone to give them a big hand to our contributors. You can see their pictures and photos and all contributions. अब यो भन्दा भन्दै मैले यहाँहरूलाई पुनः आग्रह गरेँ त्यो इन्डोमेन्ट फन्डमा यहाँहरूले पनि सहयोग गरिदिनु होला। त्यो इन्डोमेन्ट फन्ड बेसिकली विद्यार्थीहरूको स्टाइपेन्डको लागि हामी खर्च गर्छौँ, अरूमा त्यो प्रयोग हुँदैन। हाम्रो उद्देश्य नै के छ भने विद्यार्थीले पढ्ने सँगसँगै उनीहरूको आफ्नो एउटा चाहिँ स्टाइपेन्डको मार्फत उनीहरूको रोजगारी चलोस्, जीविका चलोस्, ताकि उनीहरूलाई त्यसमा तनाव नहोस् भन्ने उद्देश्य हाम्रो रहेको हुनाले। सो नाउ आइड लाइक टु रिक्वेस्ट Professor Dilip, Dr. Professor Dilip Subba, NAST VC, to please come forward on the first row, please. And I would like to request our BOTs, Sangeeta Madam, Tiwari sir, please be on the first. It would be nice to be on the first row. And I would like to continue with Professor Sri Ramakrishna. I had a very pleasure listening to him yesterday when he was being interviewed by one of the leading newspaper, Republica. Kind of very fascinating to listen to him. So world-class institutions aren't born, they are built, one bold step and one brilliant mind at a time. When I was listening, and this quote actually came to my mind yesterday. So what will it take for MBUST to succeed? Let us hear from Professor Sri Ramakrishna, trustee of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology and former Vice President of National University of Singapore. Dr. Ramakrishna, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Fellow Board of Trustees, stakeholders of MBUST, good morning. It gives me special feeling always as I was part of this extraordinary effort of building a world-class university in Nepal since the ideation with President Joshi several years ago. For the benefit of other trustees who are online, as well as those people participating in this conference online, I visited MBUST 2 days ago. I'm pleased to report there is very good progress has been made in terms of physical infrastructure, resourcing laboratories with world-class facilities. More importantly, when I chatted with students and faculty members, it clearly given me the impression they are highly motivated and contributing in their own way. The most underlying message I got from the students, they are more and more convinced this is their home and they want to contribute to Nepal for its progress. It's a far departure from the previous students that I met in other universities. Clearly, the culture of MBUST is enabling that confidence in the students as well as faculty members. This is my observation. I like to report it. And I think it's very important we say it clearly for the broader audience. My lecture title, What It Takes for MBUST to Succeed. I have a lot of slides like a typical professor. Normally, I give a full-scale presentation with all the slides because for any message we give, we need a lot more evidence. That's the reason I always prepare a full presentation. But I respect he only gives me 20 minutes, so I will stay within the 20 minutes so that other speakers can share their views with you. Okay. First one, 3 points I like to make. This is my own experience with the National University of Singapore. I've been there for the last 30 years. I was part of the journey from an unknown university to the world-class university. It's #1 in Asia, top 10 in the world. And one important aspect about National University of Singapore, we emphasize global mindset, but centered locally. In other words, MBUST is about thinking globally, but acting for the benefit of Nepal. So Singapore benefited a lot because of this approach by the National University of Singapore. That's first point. Second one, I do hope MBUST can succeed by promoting high quality interdisciplinary scientific research. NUS is now among the top 3 in the world for interdisciplinary science. So it's a massive achievement. For you to get an idea, there are 20,000 universities in the world. So to be among the top 3 is an achievement. The underpinning reason why I emphasize interdisciplinary approach for the traditional universities or the universities that have been there for a long time, very hard to achieve interdisciplinary culture. So whereas MBUST, being a new university, it has the opportunity to promote interdisciplinary way of pursuing scientific research and innovation. So that's point 2. Now, point 3 is about innovation. Wealth and well-being via innovations are addressing grand challenges. Previous MBUST trustees, previous speakers, they mentioned about changing world and the challenges faced by the humanity in recent times. So innovation should be an important core principle of MBUST. And again, I show from the benefit of what was done at our university. I was the director of NUS Enterprise 25 years ago. NUS Enterprise is basically to promote entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial thinking among the students and faculty members. And I'm glad to report more than 1,500 startups have been established. Among them, 10 of them achieved unicorn status. So that is a massive contribution to Singapore. So I believe as innovation as a core culture of MBUST make a huge difference to Nepal, as well as provide opportunities for young people, as well as faculty members to transfer their innovation into real world products and improve the quality of life and economic growth. So those are basically the key 3 bullet points. From there, I would now go into more details. Here, I would go faster because the time is limited. So the question is, financing MBUST and international perspective, because no university, no organization can sustain without resources. And previously, the Everest Fund Chair, he was talking about financing, donations. That's a very important aspect. So if you use a generative AI, and you ask that question, how do you finance a university, or why should you finance it? You actually get a report like that. That's from the ChatGPT. So you see, you need resources to acquire land, build buildings, and, and you need to provide research resources for the students and the faculty members. And then you need to house the faculty members, you need to house the staff, everything, ChatGPT, you know. I don't need to do anything. It's all listed by itself. And that was done with less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute. It's unbelievable. And then is how the other costs are involved. And then even it talks about fundraising. ChatGPT tells you about the fundraising and its importance. It's amazing. Okay, the point is I need to do the value add. So here is what I say. There are helpful strategies. For example, preferential funding. So this would be a government decision that government of Nepal, probably the other stakeholders, should actively consider giving preferential funding to institutions like MBUST. It's necessary. Second one, matching funds. When donations are received, normally there must be an avenue for matching resources. In Singapore, we started with a 5:1, then later on it became 3:1, and later on it is 1:1. The reason is NUS became too successful in raising endowments. We have more than a $10 billion endowment fund in the last 10 years. But the principle is you need to motivate the process. So matching funds is a good idea. You may say Nepal is a developing country, it is a challenge, but that is about prioritizing your future. And there are ways to raise more investment through the government-to-government strategic arrangements. I won't name the countries. It's up to you because you have to think strategically. Other one is to promote entrepreneurship, the one I mentioned, more than 1,500 startups, more than 10 unicorns, and co-location of synergistic economic drivers. There are ways universities can benefit by co-location of certain economic activities. Again, it is subject to the situation of MBUST as well as other conditions here. Other one is leverage national and global opportunities. I will give some examples for that. Okay, more important is we need to focus and we must accept mindset change. Very clear. No denial and accept that the world is changing. You may like to think the world is not changing, but Suzanne said the world is clearly changing. It's much different from what we want to believe. No one will look after you than yourself. As Nepal, as MBUST, as an individual. That's the reality. And the gap is widening because of the technology, because of the trade and flow of talents. These 3 T's are basically widening the gap around the world. Every country I've seen, the gap is widening. So focus on the outcomes, not the process. Yesterday, when the media interviewed me, they were asking me, how do you become a world-class university? I said, we need to free up the time of the leaders, faculty members, students at the university. You do that by reducing the red tape and focusing on the outcomes. So again, it's not easy to do, but that's what we have done at the National University of Singapore. And seize the opportunities in a turbulent world. The world is turbulent, but you can seize the opportunities. And redrawing of supply chains, value chains are happening. I think if I look at economic activity in Nepal, it is not clearly plugged into the global value chain, not strongly plugged into the supply chain. By doing so, I think your opportunities, which would be much bigger, and you would actually realize a much faster economic growth as well as job creation. So the key is plug into the global supply chain and value chain. It's necessary. And competition for technology innovation led growth. This is actually what is happening. If you notice, USA is spending close to $500 billion per year on scientific research. China is now spending almost $500 billion per year on scientific research. Together, they're actually spending $1 trillion. So previously we used to say global North and global South, but now we need to say global Far East and global Far West. That's where the theater of action. But you happen to be a neighbor. And in the future, India also will progress. So you are an excellent place. Both sides, your neighbors, are going to be, or already one is already an important player in science and technology. In the future, there will be another player. You are actually right in the middle. So you can seize the opportunities provided you want to. Okay, that's basically. I won't go into the detail, but why, if you want to understand why there is a conflict in the world, that's the information. There are lots of reasons. One important reason is 60% of the global trade is now through the exports. And some countries are losing. That's probably why they are putting so many restrictions and trade barriers. So there are also many other reasons. Okay, I wouldn't go into the detail. This is where I go faster. And Singapore, I need to promote a little bit. So that's back in 65 years ago or 60 years ago. Singapore chose to be an open economy compared to 9 other economies in ASEAN. And even more recently, our Deputy Prime Minister said, we must remain open, well-connected. This is what I mean. Nepal should be part of the global supply chain, and it would have enormous opportunities for a country like Nepal. Okay, so these are just details. Singapore is now one of the best places for the world, especially for the rich people. Close to $10 billion invested last year itself in wealth funds. And wealth management is a huge opportunity. And for example, that is a multi-billion-dollar petrochemical industry. The whole industry is actually being transformed into a sustainable industry. Again, this is an opportunity for Nepal. There's the details, I wouldn't go into that. Okay. So other one is investing forward. Because only 5 minutes left, I'm going to go to the key points. Nepal, like other countries, developing countries, have to focus on how to invest in science and technology. That's about creating the future and investing in future-ready training and also building networks. Yesterday, I think today's newspaper, I see President Joshi said, MBUST is about having international corporations and promoting innovation. Those, I believe, are very well thought through. So that's Singapore, how Singapore is investing in science and technology. I don't want to go into that, but I just want to show you this one. Just like Silicon Valley, Shenzhen in China is an entrepreneurial hub. And if you compare Shenzhen and Hong Kong, compared to Hong Kong, Shenzhen invests a lot of money on scientific research. That's why there's a high technology entrepreneurship in Shenzhen. So the key message for the stakeholders, leaders of Nepal, even though it is challenging, but prioritizing in science and technology and investments is necessary. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch the gap or the bridge the gap that is already happening because of the three things I mentioned before. So these are other details. Basically, how would you become a world-class university? Yesterday for the Republica newspaper, I was mentioning about international benchmarking. There's a lot of detail. I won't go into that. Okay. Yeah. So what I mean is seizing the opportunities. Recently, I was visiting far north of China, and that's where they have a huge biomass. We are setting up a national facility there. What came to me is that crane is a symbol of a long life in China. So people want to live longer, right? But long life comes with lots of need for medical care. Nepal has a huge opportunity to be a player in the global value chain or supply chain of healthcare. You have many, many unique strengths you have. Second one, the aging population, in addition, there are obesity, diabetes, and many other medical problems require a better solutions. And also, the world is changing. This is a genetically modified, recreated wolf. So yesterday, when I visited MBUST research facilities, I spoke to some of the researchers and students. You are beginning to do genetic engineering of certain seeds, agricultural seeds. So you are basically playing an important role by latching on to the cutting edge technologies. And similarly, the America's brightest minds are walking away, that's fine. So this is the same issue, like what is happening right now in US. Many talented people, I know many of them, they are trying to go to other countries. Now, this is my last slide. By having a world-class university in Nepal, you would stem the outflow of talents. That's what happened to our university. So 25 years ago, a good proportion of Singaporeans, they used to go abroad. As our university, as well as four other universities, became well known, many overseas Singaporeans came back to our university. And they actually began building laboratories and cutting edge technologies. So by MBUST dreaming and transitioning towards a world-class university, I know that you have 1/3 of Nepali people living abroad, and it is a serious concern for Nepal. And one way for you to bring them back is to have an institution which you are proud of, and they're also happy to come back and explore opportunities and whatever knowledge, skills, connections they formed over the years in foreign countries, they can bring back those to you and help not only MBUST, Nepal to progress significantly. So in nutshell, MBUST should succeed by focusing on those three things. Globalization should be always in the mind while working for Nepal. Second one, interdisciplinary scientific research. Third one, innovation should be core of anything you do. If you do that, the best benefit is you bring back the brightest minds. You also provide confidence for the families as well as the current young generation. They would like to go to these universities instead of going abroad. And my last visit, which is 2 days ago, when I spoke to the students, it's clear to me they are motivated to stay within Nepal. That is already a good evidence. So I wish you all the best, and I am more and more delighted to continue to be part of your extraordinary effort. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramakrishna. It is always pleasure to listen to him. And just a note on his citations and H index. He is one of the most cited academician. His H index is 213, and he has 211,700 citations. So just imagine this kind of a academician is one of our board of trustees. He is outed by the most developed countries' universities to be on the board, and we have such a privilege and honor. Thank you, sir, for being with us. So now I'd like to request Dr. Kenichi Ohashi. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Kenichi Ohashi, former country director of the World Bank in Nepal, to share his insights on the relevance of MBUST for Nepal's development landscape. Dr. Ohashi, the floor is yours. Thank you. Dr. Ohashi, I think your mic is mute.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now it's on, I think.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Namaste, everybody in Kathmandu, and good morning or good evening to the others joining from elsewhere. Kenichi doesn't sound like me to me. I usually hope I can, as some of you know. I had the pleasure of serving as the World Bank's country director for Nepal from 2001 to 2007. Some of my former colleagues from the World Bank's office in Kathmandu and those in the government and in the private sector with whom I had interacted often are still some of my best friends today. These friends of mine all knew that Nepal needed to change and catch up with the countries that had achieved much higher levels of general welfare. Not surprisingly, many of them tended to look for inspiration toward East, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore. They saw that in those countries, new technologies were developed constantly, and new ways of production, service delivery were devised all the time, and more new innovative products are offered. These countries are all strong in science and technology education. So Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is about this aspect of catching up. But I'm not a science and technology specialist. I defer to others who are leaders in this field to speak to that issue. As an economist, I would like to talk about a somewhat broader problem that Nepal has to overcome to become a prosperous nation, and how this university is actually quite relevant to that. In Nepal, I had a great team of Nepali colleagues who worked in many different sectors, from education, health, to infrastructure, public finance, and so on. Incidentally, Rajendra, Professor Joshi, was one of my dear colleagues at the time, leading an amazing work on educational sector reform. In those days, we also had very much reform-minded counterparts in the government. And Banu Acharya, who welcomed us all, he was one of them. He was Secretary of Finance at a critical moment. In each sector, my colleagues and their counterparts in the government were grappling with sector-specific issues. For instance, how to fix government banks that were basically bankrupt, or how to make sure teachers showed up to teach at government schools. But they all knew, and I believe so did their counterparts in the government, that the fundamental problem of Nepal was what we would call bad governance. Finding a technical solution was not hard, but bad governance prevented it from happening. The political system served personal interests of the politicians for the most part. Many business people were happy to go along with that system, enriching corrupt politicians and government officials while getting special deals on government contracts or licenses for lucrative businesses. In other words, the focus was on what we call rent seeking, that is, getting excessive and often illicit profits that fair competition would not allow. I'm not suggesting that all politicians and government officials are corrupt, nor am I suggesting all business people are in league with such people. However, I think most Nepalese would agree that even today, the government is not an effective instrument for implementing good public policies or for providing quality public services. In a political economy system in which the elite class can make money through rent seeking, there are few incentives to grow businesses on the basis of value addition. In such a system, rent seeking is easy for those in the elite class. They have connections and money. Competing on the basis of value addition is hard. It requires innovative products, new technologies, and highly productive workers. But general rise in income level has to come from just such changes, because the income level is basically a reflection of the productivity of workers. So the countries with an elite favoring and rent-centered system or bad governance are doomed. Of course, this is not a uniquely Nepali problem. Most low-income countries in the world remain poor because of bad governance. Since the second half of the 20th century, some countries have grown rapidly and become high-income countries. Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea are all in this group. Before they managed to get on a path of fast economic growth, though, these countries too had to break from the old elite favoring system. When they managed to create an environment in which most businesses focus on value addition rather than rent seeking, their economies began to take off. Of course, corruption has not disappeared entirely in these countries, but most businesses do not think of rent seeking as their basic business model. So the key is to make that critical transition from an elite-dominated and rent-centered political economy system to an inclusive system in which hard work and good ideas are rewarded and opportunities are open to anyone. It is not an easy switch because the elite class would fight to keep its privileged position. If you study the critical transitions in Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea, you will see that major turning points were associated with a national crisis, often with a strong and autocratic leader. Nepal has had several moments of national crisis since 1990, but it has not been able to capitalize on such moments to make that transition. Perhaps the crises did not shake the old system enough. Perhaps the right leadership was missing. Whatever the case, Nepal should not wait for another and perhaps even deeper crisis in the hope that next time a major change will have come. Nepal must find its own way to overcome its bad governance. One possible way in which governance norms in Nepal may change is through the power of example. So far, Nepalese citizens have not seen a public institution that is truly transparent, accountable, and provides effective public service. Few Nepalese expect public institutions to work that way. Therefore, they do not demand public institutions to work differently. This can change if they see that a good public institution is possible in Nepal. This is where Madan Bhandari University comes in. From the outset, Rajendra recognized that this new university must be governed by an independent board of trustees that can shield the university from political influence and ensure full transparency and accountability in its operations. Through extraordinary efforts and persuasion, he won support for a law that provided for just such a structure. Once the university was created, he quickly established a culture of accountability and transparency. When people see that a well-functioning public institution delivers outstanding education in Nepal, they will know that such a thing is possible. Even before that, however, I think the university is already setting a powerful example of good governance. Rajendra told me a story. Some early contractors for the construction.
Dr. Ohaci,
Yes.
your time is up.
Oh, well, could you give me 1 minute?
Sure, please.
Critical message. So some early contractors for the construction of facilities could not keep to the agreed schedule, but they seem to have thought the usual tactic of bribing a few key people to go easy on them should work. They were burned badly, as Rajendra forced them to make the full compensation payments for the delays. Now, only very honest and competent contractors would even dare submit a bid. I love this story. It shows that university is already setting a new standard. In one corner of the public sector in Nepal, things work according to the rules, and honest and hard work is rewarded. This is what an inclusive system is about. This is a small revolution in Nepal, I think. It can become a powerful example for the rest of the country. This is why I believe this university is so important for Nepal. But government funding alone will not be enough to build a world-class university. Like many excellent universities elsewhere, it needs funding support from private donors, large and small. And that's why I serve on the fundraising committee of this university. And I hope you will all agree that this university is a cause worthwhile supporting. Thank you, and sorry for overrunning the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ohaci. It is indeed, we appreciate your contribution in the Nepalese context. You were in the World Bank in Nepal for more than 6 years, help in the rural access and health and education. With this, we have finished the online presentation, so I'd like all of you to give them a big hand. If you would like to be there online, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll continue. So now I'd like to request our president, Professor Rajendra Doshi, to talk about the concept of the first steps towards the world class. A great university is not built on bricks, but in minds. It elevates and communities it transforms. Now our visionary leader takes the stage. Please welcome the president of MBUST, Professor Rajendra Doshi, to present MBUST's first step towards world. Let us take a moment to acknowledge none of the
Thank need to have appraisal internationally. Is that possible? Then Sriram flew to Kathmandu. The first question I asked to him was, am I crazy to propose having a world-class university in Nepal? He said, this is exactly what you should have been doing long time back. People are already doing all over the world, otherwise you will be left out. So from that day on, Sriram is with us. We communicate twice, thrice a day, that's right, not less. Everything he does, I know, and all information I have, I give to Professor Sriram. So this is the beginning. At the beginning, we had world-class university workshop. Then in August 2023, we had university launch workshop. Actually, the greatest challenge for starting our university was having an act which was right. Our dear Giriraj Mani Pokhrel had just landed at the right time. He was instrumental in formulating, then getting approved, Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology Act. I think without him, probably we would not have been there, and there would not have been a world-class university in Nepal. So then when we assembled in August 2003, we were all dreaming, promising a lot of things, this will happen, but nobody was sure what is going to happen after all. The good thing is to have act, but implementing act is equally difficult. So we promised, people betted on us. Now we are back to report to you that world-class university is already on track. It can become world-class university, provided we get stakeholder support, like which we are already getting. I'm not saying that we are not getting stakeholder support, lot of support, but more support is needed. And to build your confidence that you should be supporting, we will give some instances of the progress which we have already made. There is doom and gloom and frustration all over Nepal, and Professor Sriram has rightly said, when 1/3 of the population do not trust Nepal and leaves Nepal, what can be worse than that? So we want to project ourselves as beacon of hope. And really we are making some changes, impact. It is very difficult to see 11, 12 interns coming to the university whom Professor Sriram has met and saying to him, we would like to stay in Nepal, we would like to contribute in Nepal, contrary to 6 million people already leaving Nepal for earning, for livelihood. Then we are saying that our mission is building prosperous and world-class, prosperous and just Nepal, because that's the simple thing that every Nepali wants. And that's the simple thing all are promising, but not delivering. So we took on ourselves challenge to try to deliver that by rallying stakeholders. And to be able to build that mission, deliver on that mission, we need to be a world-class university. Now, the attributes of a university which Nepalese all aspire is basically a university which makes tangible impact on the economy. And the slogan with all political parties is basically, you need to connect university with industry, university with livelihood, university with development. That's what we have been failing again and again with every university because of many problems which are real. And this is something we wish to deliver. Then producing job creators rather than job seekers. Very often we say that universities are producing unemployable graduates. And we would like to fix this problem. Then in terms of inputs, if we want to deliver on those two deliverables or outcomes or outputs, we need to attract committed and talented professors, committed and talented students. And then for all this to happen, we need enabling environment. Without environment does not happen. To us, enabling environment is being free of corruption, being free of partisan politics. I am not saying that politics is not needed because politicians are needed, politics is needed, because we need to vote the best politician into the parliament. So we need to know politics, but do not become aligned to particular political parties. If you do so, then you give up your academic profession. And in science, there is right and wrong. In politics, it's fuzzy. And if you become fuzzy in science, what is right and what is wrong, there is no science left. Now, in terms of making tangible impact on economic growth, the only way we can do is being selective, spreading into all disciplines. It's not possible. Many people come to me and said, why don't you start doing this? Why don't you start? I'm not pointing at Himadriji. We will talk about it later. But it's not possible to deal with all areas. This is one university, small university. It will deal with specific problems. Problems are listed. I am not going to pronounce them. Then another way of being selective is actually delivering such programs which do contribute to development of economy. In that sense, we have to focus on PhD and Masters of Applied Science, which is research oriented. By this selection, we are giving a message that we will be working on development of technology, which will promote economic development. And to do so, very different from other universities, we are not going to ask students to submit proposals on what they want to do and take time to decide what research he or she will conduct. We have problems already charted out for the university. Every program has problems. Every professor has problems. Then we will tell to students, these are the areas if you wish to work on, please join. Otherwise, please look for other universities. So on day one, we do provide list of projects and supervisors to every student. That's something very difficult to do. Then we have aligned our research and teaching with needs of the industry. During the last meeting, we signed our MOU with Larki Himal Jadguti Udyog. In this conference, we are signing a MOU with IRS Mushroom Farm and others. Actually, we have started to work on real life problems of those industries. And when we invited industry, they were very surprised. You don't ask for money. And you come to us and ask, what is your problem? Nobody has ever done this in Nepal. And when visit a mushroom farm, all they were saying, such and such Chinese person helps, such and the Chinese company helps, such and such Indian person here, Indian company helps. They never talk about Nepal. You are the first institution which came to visit us asking how we can serve you. So this is the way we are trying to promote our university in terms of contribution to the development of it. Now, producing job creators rather than job seekers. It's basically chicken and egg. When we started developing curriculum, our chair of biomaterials engineering and science, professor from Toronto University asked, where will you find employment for your researchers? Because research is very technical, very high level, what you are trying to do. Where do you will get employment? If you want first industry to grow, before starting to produce people who can do research and support the industry, that industry will never come up. It's like saying that we will first have developed country, then world-class university. That debate we already have. Prosperous country does not get built without higher education, which delivers on research and world-class university. In similar fashion, you need to produce first researchers who can support industry. Only when you have plenty of researchers, we can support good industries, then industries will come. So the question is, we are not trying to find industries for which we fit our graduates. If we do so, then there are a lot of universities which do that. We produce new type of graduates, research capable graduates, who can either establish their own industry or they will be looked after by many industries or potential industries. So basically, we are not producing graduates for the current institutions, current industry. We are producing our graduates for future. Now we will be having 3 graduates this winter in November. Only 3. master's degree by research graduates, one in organic fertilizer development, one in kiwi, one in organic vegetable production and marketing. I asked two of them, the last two. They said that we are going to be entrepreneur. Professor Sriram was there. He was, the kiwi graduate was saying, this is what I know, this is what exactly I do, and this is has the market, this has demand in Nepal. Then organic vegetable, he has already started a proxy business by establishing community-supported agriculture, by supplying organic vegetables from Chitlang to Kathmandu uh, with support of the university. And the third prospective graduate is still thinking whether she will continue with PhD or join industry or do self-employment. But there is still 6 months of time, so she will decide what she will do. So basically saying that we will not be producing unemployable graduates, although they are highly skilled graduates. Now, in terms of committed and talented professors, if you go to any of the universities in Nepal, if you ask where do you work, most likely they will give a couple of business cards. And if you ask their loyalty, it will be very questionable. When I was campus chief or dean, I used to call my staff in various departments, various consultancies. I had a hard time getting to them because the secretary will block direct communication between the dean and employee. That's how Nepal is functioning. In our university, we gladly say that it's single job, fully dedicated. Whenever they are absent, they will simply get no salary, happily. No leaves, it's time-based payment. All engaged in research. Can you imagine any university where everyone is engaging? Then what enables this to happen? Meritocracy. They know how they will get promoted. Input-based remuneration, good research infrastructure, and motivated students. If they didn't have motivated students, probably teachers could have done least. Our core research is done by students under the supervision of professors. Then distractors. Of course, our remuneration is not enough, but hardly we can do any substantial thing about that. We have lost one of the faculty member within a year, but I don't think others will leave. Now, in terms of talent, we have all PhD. We do not employ anything below PhD. This is most critical part of our success. Professor Sriram, he reconfirmed that this is the right thing to do. We have been lobbying this with every university, but no university agrees. Then 9 research grants for 11 academic staff within a year. Can you imagine? Big or small, that does not matter. They are attracting grants already. Then all are publishing. We have difficulty in filling academic positions because we need very high caliber staff and they are not in the market. Now research grants, I will not go into this. Then I am putting H index of faculty members. Some of our faculty members were a little lukewarm about that. Why do you demonstrating all these H index? This is the most important index in terms of credibility or success of faculty members. Publications alone is not enough, I know that. But that's the bottom line. H index 15 does not equal H index, but that's the minimum you need to have. Then we will look at other additions. So I'm proudly saying that our threshold for professor is 25, which very few universities are adopting, not in Nepal, also in other countries. Associate professor is 15. We do have people with above thresholds of associate professor, and 2 are associate professors. Committed and bright students. Is there any doubt that our students are bright and committed? I don't doubt. Our students are smiling. They like to come to laboratories. They work all day. One of the students was staying till 1:30 in the morning, not sleeping in the laboratory. He reported it to Professor Sriram. We have to tell, go home, go home. They don't go home. And in terms of enrollment status, we have 34 students, now 1 more. People laugh at us. Why you have 33 students? we do not get more than these many students who are committed and talented. No point in having talented and non-committed, non-talented. So that's why we have few. And any students who enters Madan Bhandari University have to be best and deliver the results. Now, in terms of commitment, these are too many things. Only enabler we have at this stage is we have fee waivers and we have scholarship funded by the university. I call it by university, not by the government. Unless we are able to fund students, there is no research. There is no research-oriented university. So this is something government has to be very supportive of. If they dream about research, if they dream about developing science and technology, the best way to actually do it is by financing students. Now, this is our financial stance. We wanted to actually fund every student, provide stipend and full fee waiver, which we did for first 15 students. Our resources were not enough. So the current scheme is that we give scholarship and fee waiver for 2 students, total tuition fee waiver for 2 students, 100% fee waiver for students, 75% fee waiver for 2, 50% for 2, and 25% for. So every student gets in our university student financial assistance. And the cost of this assistance, we have already committed 20 million rupees, 2 crores for financing students, which is our own earned money. So unless we are able to probably earn money and raise funding, this research institution cannot stand. So I plead with the government as well as with philanthropic donors to support us so that our research endeavor, the endeavor of building world-class university can continue. And based on our estimates, based on the scheme I have presented, giving scholarship to all PhD students, giving scholarship to our master's degree students, not many, only 90 per year. Our cost only for scholarship will be 87 million rupees, 8 crore. वर्षको 8 करोड नभइकन 200 विद्यार्थी हामी पाल्न सक्दैनौँ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लेभलमा। तर त्यो 8 करोड भने धेरै पैसा त होइन नि। हामीलाई 10-12 अरब आयो भने if we get whole of 10-12 अरब billions, which is not a lot of money, we will surely reach the goal of world-class university. Now, in terms of talents, we recruit only highly qualified students. Free of participant politics, I do not need to probably explain this. Nobody talks about it in our university. We do not have any problem like this. Then free of corruption, everybody knows, whoever has worked with us, that there is not a single penny of corruption. So basically, I'm proud to report that we are on track. We have built a system whereby we can reach world-class university. It's not a matter of how. We know how to do it exactly. We do have stakeholders. We have people like Professor Sriram and our trustees, and you have seen many people who are supporting us. We can get there. The only thing probably between us and world-class status is being able to raise few tens of $millions or few Arab rupees, which is not very difficult, should not be. In the world of economics, not having money is not a problem. Not having in place, the system is the problem, institution is the problem. So with this, I would basically urge everyone to start financing or supporting us. There are many ways to do it. I am not going to explain it. Simply, I am saying that we have raised by now 1 crore 25 lakhs of rupees, and partly that in endowment fund in Nepal, and partly through Everest Fund of Science and Technology. So I would like to actually ask each one of you to donate at least 1 rupee, not much, before leaving this premises. And of course, you can add later how much you want. So now we have raised resources from 351 people. Thank you very much. I'm stopping here. We have a great opportunity to build country as well as world-class university. We are very happy that there are so many people coming to our workshop conference. And with that support, we are sure that we'll be able to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Indeed, an example of exemplary leadership. A dream is unfolding, as we can see. र थोपा थोपाले समुद्र बन्ने हो त्यस हुनाले यहाँहरू सबैलाई पुनः म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु इन्डोमेन्ट फन्डमा यहाँहरूको सहयोगको अपेक्षा हामीले गरेका छौँ मेरो करिब करिब 30 वर्षको व्यावसायिक करियरमा 25 वर्ष सरकारी सेवामा र हाल मदन भण्डारी विश्वविद्यालयमा आबद्ध रहेको मेरो अनुभव चाहिँ के छ भने नेपालमा कुनै पनि काम गर्नु पर्यो भने राजनैतिक प्रतिबद्धता बिना त्यो असम्भव हुन्छ अग्रगामी छलाङको लागि हामीलाई राजनैतिक प्रतिबद्धता चाहिन्छ र यस मानेमा मलाई लाग्छ हामी अभाग्य छौँ कि हामीसँग यो प्रतिबद्धता आयो एक्टबाट हामी आयौँ हैन सो लेजिस्लेसन इन एजुकेसन लेज द पाथ अफ जेनेरेसनल चेन्ज त्यो कानुन बिना यो असम्भव छ टु स्पिक अन द मदन भण्डारी युनिभर्सिटी अफ साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजी एक्ट and its revolutionary impact on higher education, we now invite former Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Mr. Giriraj Mani Pokhrelji. The floor is yours.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all. I am profoundly honored to be here today at this international conference centered on Madan Bhandari College of Science and Innovation, taking the first steps towards becoming world class. This moment is not only a source of great pride for Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, but also a powerful reflection of Nepal's growing aspirations in the domain of higher education. As I look back, I am reminded of a long and challenging journey, one that began nearly a decade ago, a journey rooted in our shared desire to bring about meaningful change in Nepal's education system. In 2015, during my first term as the Minister of Education, we proposed a bold initiative to establish a world-class university in Nepal. This effort was to be supported under the Higher Engineering Education Project with assistance from the Asian Development Bank. Unfortunately, despite promising early progress, the project could not move forward due to disagreements regarding the legal and institutional frameworks necessary for such an ambitious university to truly succeed. But that setback was not the end. It became a valuable lesson and ultimately a catalyst for a stronger second effort. In 2019, during my second term as Minister of Education, Science and Technology, we decided to proceed this time without external assistance. We drafted the Madan Bhandari College of Science and Innovation Bill with a clear and ambitious goal to create an institution free from the traditional governance models of Nepali universities. The bill proposed a dynamic governance structure designed to ensure institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and protection from undue political influence, qualities we believed were essential for a world-class university to thrive. Despite skepticism, I'm proud to recall that in August 2022, the Madan Bhandari College of Science and Innovation Act 2079 was passed by Parliament. Remarkably, it preserved the original vision and structure we hope proposed. Today, education experts, both from Nepal and abroad,
have praised this act as one of the most forward-looking and reformative educational framework in South Asia. In August 2023, I had the privilege of attending the college launch conference. Shortly thereafter, I visited the Chitlang campus to witness the progress firsthand. What I saw was both impressive and inspiring. In less than a year since the Act's passage, the college had already completed significant physical infrastructural development, established key administrative components, and assembled a dedicated team to launch academic progress. What struck me most was the institutional culture, a culture grounded in merit, free from partisanship, and focused on performance and long-term vision. It was a clear sign that the governance model we had envisioned was already making a real difference. Throughout my political and ministerial career, I have always seen education as a central pillar of national development. I am proud to have played a key role in establishing more than 6 universities across Nepal, including technical, open, and medical universities. तो पाटन स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान प्रतिष्ठान होस्, तो राप्ती स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान प्रतिष्ठान होस्, तो नेपाल खुला विश्वविद्यालय होस्, अथवा योगमाया आयुर्वेद विश्वविद्यालय होस्, यो विश्वविद्यालय र पछिल्लो बेलामा नेपाल विश्वविद्यालय पनि म क्याबिनेटसम्म लगेर त्यसलाई अगाडि बढाएको थिएँ. Each of these institutions was born from the belief that education must not be limited to the urban elite, but must reach the grassroots and empower every citizen. Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is a continuation and evolution of that mission. What sets it apart is its commitment to industry-relevant education, applied research, global collaboration, and its innovative governance model. By aligning academic programs with the needs of our economy and society, Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is creating a model of university-industry collaboration, something Nepal urgently needs to achieve sustainable economic growth. Today, in this conference, the presence of internationally respected education leaders and distinguished guests underscores the growing global confidence in our ability to build something truly exceptional in Nepal. I sincerely thank all of them for believing in our vision and for standing with us. Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is more than just a university. It is a symbol of what Nepal can achieve when we have clarity of purpose, unity of effort, and strength of vision. Today, I call upon government institutions, private sector leaders, academic bodies, and our global partners to support this institution, not just as an academic center, but as a national project of transformation. To all Nepalese and non-resident Nepalese who care about the future of our youth, this is your opportunity to be part of something historic. As someone who has dedicated a lifetime to advocating for equitable, accessible, and highly quality education, I reaffirm my commitment today. I will continue to support Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology and other reform-oriented initiatives with all my energy and resources. In times of uncertainty, this university shines as a beacon of hope. It signals the arrival of new era in Nepal's higher education. Let us nurture and safeguard this remarkable institution for the future of our nation, prosperity of our people, and the dignity of our country. म विशेष गरेर यहाँ हुनुभएका हाम्रा नेपाली विद्वानहरूलाई के आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु भनेदेखि अब अहिलेको चौथो औद्योगिक क्रान्ति कि पाँचौँ भन्ने संसारभरिको भएको बहसको ठिक खालको संश्लेषण तपाईँहरूले गरिदिनुहुन्छ। तर अहिलेसम्म भएका औद्योगिक क्रान्तिबाट नेपालले जे लिनुपर्ने हो लिन सकेको छैन र हामी धेरै पछाडि छौँ, धेरै पछाडि। सम्भवतः दोस्रो औद्योगिक क्रान्तिका वरिपरिका उसमा हामी हिँडिराखेका छौँ। र एउटा म मन्त्री हुँदाखेरि युनेस्को र चिनिया सरकारले आयोजना गरेको एउटा सम्मेलनमा म गएको थिएँ। अर्को एउटा हायर एजुकेसनको सम्मेलनमा पनि म भाग लिएको थिएँ। अब उनीहरूले चाहिँ आउने इरालाई एआई इरा भनेर घोषणा गरिसके। अनि हाम्रो तयारी के छ? मलाई अलिकति धेरै मोटिभेट गरेको कुरा हामी के गरिराखेका छौँ भनेर प्रश्नहरू गरेका थिए। त्यस कारणले यतिखेर नेपाललाई अगाडि बढाउने हो भनेदेखि यो चलिरहेको परम्पराको यो धारमा हिँडेर यो जागिर खाने, नियुक्ति पाउने कामहरू त हुने भयो, तर देशको जो अवस्था छ त्यो चाहिँ परिवर्तन हुने मैले देख्दिनँ। त्यस कारणले एउटा त्यस्तो विश्वविद्यालयहरू हामीले निर्माण गरौँ भनेर पछिल्लो बेलामा धेरै विश्वविद्यालय बने भन्ने आलोचना त छन्। तर पुराना विश्वविद्यालयहरूले आजको आवश्यकताको रोल चाहिँ निर्वाह गर्न नसकेको कारणले म चाहिँ दुईपटक म मन्त्री भएँ शिक्षामा र मलाई के लाग्यो भन्दाखेरि वर्ल्ड क्लासका चाहिँ पछिल्लो विश्वको 25 वर्षमा जुन खालको चाहिँ अर्थतन्त्रमा रूपान्तरणकारी काम भए त्यहाँ विश्वविद्यालयहरूको भूमिका नै ज्यादै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। त्यसै कारणले यस्ता विश्वविद्यालय जरुरी छन्। अहिले 30 जना विद्यार्थी छन् भन्ने प्रश्न मेरो लागि ठुलो कुरा छैन। मेरो लागि अब नयाँ ढङ्गले यी लागू हुन्छन् कि हुँदैनन् भन्ने कोणबाट सोचिराखेको छु र बोलाएको ठाउँमा म पुग्ने पनि कोसिस गर्छु। त्यसैले नेपाल has always been a consumer in past industrial revolutions. However, in this new era of revolution, driven by ICT, ML, AI, and IT, we have the opportunity to become producers and lead Nepal towards prosperity. To achieve this, we must support universities like Madan Bhandari University Science and Technology and nurture them to make the vision and dream that we all share a reality. Thank you. धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद अनरेबल गिरिराज मणि पोखरेलज्यू। मलाई कहिलेकाहीँ के लाग्छ भने यो स्टुडेन्टहरूलाई पढाउने सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ हाम्रो पालामा पनि उहाँ गिरिराज सर जस्तो चाहिँ मन्त्री बनिदिनुको भए, राजनीतिक प्रतिबद्धता शिक्षामा भएको भए सायद भारतमा गएर पढ्नुपर्ने अवस्था हामीलाई हुने थिएन। प्रशान्त महासागरको बिचमा 5 वर्ष घर परिवारबाट छोडेर मेरो एक्लो मदरलाई छोडेर म 5 वर्ष बस्नुपर्ने थिएन जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। त्यस हुनाले हामी आशावादी छौँ आउँदा दिनहरू हाम्रा भाइ बहिनीहरूको लागि उपयुक्त वातावरण हामी तयार गर्नेछौँ। अब हामी अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ। मदन भण्डारी विश्वविद्यालयको इन्डस्ट्रीको पार्टनरसिपको सन्दर्भमा हामीले एउटा MOU साइन गर्नेछौँ। So we now move to the moment of strategic collaboration. An MOU will sign between Aris Mushroom Farm and Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, symbolizing our commitment to industry and academic partnership. I welcome Dr. Rajendra Joshi, President of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, and Mr. Om Krishna Shrestha, proprietor of Aris Mushroom, on stage. This is definitely an historic moment we have done with the Larki Himal and closer partnership with the industry. We do understand that academics needs to be closer to the industry and industry needs to be closer to the academic sector because they are separated apart by their own boundaries. So we're trying to blur that space in between us. ओम कृष्ण श्रेष्ठज्यू एरिस मसरुम फार्म चलाउनुहुन्छ। राजेन्द्र सरले हामी सबै फ्याकल्टिजहरूलाई, हुन त मेरो डिजिटल टेक्नोलोजी डिपार्टमेन्ट हो, त्यही पनि मसरुम हेर्नु जानुपर्छ भनेर उहाँहरूले हामी सबैलाई चाहिँ लिएर जानुभएको थियो इन्डस्ट्रीमा, उहाँको चाहिँ साइटमा। त्यहाँ उहाँको कुरा सुन्दाखेरि कथाभन्दा धेरै मलाई व्यथा महसुस भएको थियो। उहाँले गर्नुभएका स्ट्रगलहरू नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा, मसरुमको क्षेत्रमा र जुन अटोमेसनको सेक्टर छ त्यसमा उहाँले भोग्नुभएका केही कथाहरू अवश्य छन्, त्यो उहाँले अहिले भन्नुहुनेछ। र तर पनि हाम्रो एउटा प्रतिबद्धता चाहिँ के छ भने आर्टिफिसियल इन्टेलिजेन्स, डेटा साइन्स, टेक्नोलोजीको प्रयोग गरेर एग्रिकल्चरलाई, कृषिलाई अझै उत्थान गरौँ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ इन्डस्ट्रीमा कन्भर्ट गरौँ, एउटा बिजनेस मोडलमा लगिसकेपछि हामीले त्यसमा अटोमेसनको मार्फत, आइओटीको मार्फत चाहिँ त्यसलाई बजारीकरण गरौँ भन्ने हाम्रो एउटा अभियान छ। त्यसको लागि उहाँ पनि हामीसँग समझदारीमा आउनु भएको छ, कोलाबोरेसन गरिराख्नु भएको छ। मलाई लाग्छ उहाँले अहिले आफ्नो भाषणमा, स्पिचमा केही कुराहरू यहाँ राख्नुहुनेछ। Give them a big hand, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to the next stage. Omji, please stay on dais, please. Collaboration fuels impact. We now welcome Mr. Om Krishna Shrestha, proprietor of Aris Mushroom Farm, to speak on his expectations from collaboration with Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. Omji, आएर आफूले 10 मिनट भित्र आफ्नो राख्नुपर्ने मन्तव्य राखिदिनु होला। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, म ओम कृष्ण श्रेष्ठ। म चाहिँ च्याउ किसान, विगत झन्डै 40 वर्षदेखि कन्टिन्यू च्याउ खेती हेरिरहेको छु र सायद 35 वर्षदेखि कन्टिन्यू एक्टिभली त्यसमा लागि पनि रहेको छु र थुप्रै रिसर्चहरूमा म पार्टिसिपेट भएको छु र गर्दै पनि छु र गर्ने पनि धेरै इच्छा भएको कारणले नै गएको एउटा सेमिनारमा मैले MBUST को कार्यक्रममा भाग लिएको थिएँ। त्यहाँ मलाई म बोल्ने भन्ने मेरो उ त थिएन, तै पनि मैले त्यहाँ जुन वातावरण देखेँ अनि मलाई केही आशहरू जाग्यो। सायद यसरी खुल्लम खुल्ला केही गर्छु, रिसर्चहरूमा यसरी जान सकिन्छ भन्ने उहाँहरूले जुन त्यहाँ वातावरण मैले देखेँ, त्यसले मलाई ल यो चाहिँ केही कुराहरू बोल्छु भन्ने लाग्यो र मैले त्यहाँ अब मदन भण्डारी युनिभर्सिटी साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजीले केमा मसरुम फिल्डमा गएर केमा चाहिँ रिसर्चहरू अगाडि बढाउँदा राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने विषयमा मैले थोरै कुराहरू राखेका थिएँ र ती कुराहरू सुन्नु भएर राजेन्द्र सर, हाम्रो धेरै अगाडिदेखि मेरो कनेक्सनमा हुनुहुने भूषण सर, उहाँहरूले चाहिँ ल एउटा यसरी कार्यक्रम बनाएरै हामी अगाडि जाउँ न त भन्ने कुरा भइसकेपछि र मलाई पनि म पनि धेरै खुसी भएको थिएँ। अब यत्रो वर्ष देशी विदेशीसँग मैले रिसर्चहरूमा उहाँहरूसँग काम गरेको छु, तर मेरो व्यक्तिगत हिसाबमा म चाहिँ साइन्स फिल्डबाट होइन। त्यही भएर मेरो कति रिसर्चहरू चाहिँ अब लिपिबद्ध गर्न गाह्रो हुने भएकै कारणले, गाह्रो भन्दा नि मैले अब नगरी नहुने त मैले गरेका थिएँ। विदेशीहरूसँगको रिसर्चमा जति पनि गर्नुपर्ने कामहरू मैले टोटल उहाँहरूलाई बुझाउनु पर्ने रिसर्च पेपरहरू सबै बुझाएको थिएँ। तर आफैले जुन म एकदम नितान्त एक्लै, मेरो फार्म पनि अहिले पनि म एक्लैले चलाउँछु, मेरो कामदारहरू अनि म चाहिँ धेरै जसो अब पहिला अलिकति इन्भल्भ कम हुन्थेँ भनेदेखि अहिले जब नयाँ मसरुम उत्पादन गर्दाखेरिदेखि अहिले 6-7 वर्षदेखि कम्प्लिट त्यसैमा व्यस्त छु। त्यसरी जाँदाखेरि एक्लैले त्यति धेरै अगाडि, अब हुन त अहिले मैले 6-7 वर्षमा यो राजा च्याउको खेतीको विषयमा जति पनि मलाई फार्म रनिङ गर्नलाई चाहिने जति पनि टेक्नोलोजीहरू हो र त्यहाँ व्यवस्थापन गर्नुपर्ने सबै कुराहरू मैले कम्प्लिट रूपमा चाहिँ अहिले कम्प्लिटै भयो भन्दा हुन्छ र कति मेसिनरीहरू इन्भाइरोन्मेन्ट कन्ट्रोलको लागि जसरी अब त्यहाँ फिटिङहरू हुनुपर्ने सबै डिजाइनहरू हुनुपर्ने त्यसको लागि चाहिँ यहाँ केही पनि नपाएको। अघि नै सरले भन्नुभयो जस्तै पहिला त फार्मको साइज कसरी र त्यसलाई कसरी त्यो टहराहरूको व्यवस्थापन कसरी गर्ने त्यो नक्सा मात्रै बनाउनु पनि 1.5 वर्ष मैले त्यतिकै टाइम पास गरेको थिएँ र सक्दै नसकेपछि म आफै चाइना गएर त्यहाँको एउटा फार्मको पुरै नापेर ल्याएर ल मेरो टार्गेट यति किलो चाहिँ म दिनको यति टनसम्म चाहिँ 10 वर्षभित्रमा अगाडि बढ्छु र त्यो अनुसार मलाई यतिसम्मको साइजको टहरा चाहिन्छ भनेर म आफै गएर नापेर आएर गरेको थिएँ। अब त्यो प्रब्लमहरू सायद अहिले आएर धेरै ठिक भइसक्यो होला। र यस्तै समस्याहरू अब जाइकाको एउटा कार्यक्रम रिसर्च चाहिँ त्यस्तै 64-65 होला म गर्दै थिएँ र एउटा स्टिम जेनेरेट गर्नको लागि पनि हामीले ड्रममा मात्रै चलाइराख्दाखेरि साह्रै नै टाइम लाग्ने अनि हाम्रो काम गर्नेहरूले केही टाइमहरू गडबड गरिदिँदाखेरि चाहिँ धेरै लसहरू हुँदाखेरि अब बोइलर एउटा बनाउनु पर्छ भन्ने भयो तर अब 2-4 लाख 5-6 लाख रुपियाँ खर्च गरेर बोइलर बनाउन सक्ने स्थिति पनि थिएन। अनि त्यो भएपछि अब बोइलर हेऱ्यो भने केही पनि हुने चिज त होइन, त्यति फलामको ढिक्का हो के छ र त्यसमा भन्ने भएर म आफैले हेरेर एउटा साथीसँग मिलेर मैले 2-4 किसिमको बोइलर पनि बनाएँ। अनि त्यो ट्रायलहरू गर्दाखेरि एक दिन जाइकाको उहाँ चाहिँ त्यहाँ जिल्ला स्तरीय हुनुहुन्थ्यो क्यारे यहाँ चाहिँ भोलिन्टियरको रूपमा आउनुभएको काजु वातानाबे भन्ने प्रोफेसर हुनुहुन्थ्यो। उहाँले चाहिँ मलाई खुब बेसकनै गाली गर्नु भएको थियो क्या, तिम्रो काम मसरुम निकाल्ने कि तिमी बोइलर बनाउने भनेर। तर नेपालको स्थिति उहाँलाई थाहा थिएन। त्यो भएपछि अब मैले 3-4 थरी बनाउँदाखेरि हुन त त्यसमा पनि सक्सेस गरेँ मैले। अहिले पनि मैले त्यो बेला गरेको डिजाइनको बोइलर अहिले धेरै किसानहरूले युज गरिरहेछन्। एउटा साथीले त्यही बोइलर चाहिँ बनाएर अहिले पनि बेचिरहेछ र 1.5 लाख 2 लाख रुपियाँमा उसले बोइलर राम्रै काम गर्ने गरेर चलाइरहेछन्। अब यस्तो स्थितिबाट अहिले यहाँसम्म आउँदाखेरि राजेन्द्र सरले भन्नुभयो कि अब हामी यसरी रोगहरूको विषयमा पनि यसरी अलिकति अगाडि नै थाहा पाउने हिसाबले अगाडि बढौँला भन्ने उहाँहरूको जुन कुराहरू छ ती विषयहरूमा यदि हामीले अहिले लिपिबद्ध गरेर त्यति रिसर्चहरू गर्ने हो भनेदेखि सायद अब आउँदा यो जुन नयाँ अब च्याउ त अहिले चाइनामा झन्डै 90 प्रकारको च्याउहरू उत्पादन गर्न थालिसके, हामी कहाँ 3-4 थरीमा अझै अड्किरहेछौँ। अब विश्वमा सबसे बढी ती थरीको च्याउहरू झन्डै 86 आजभन्दा 5-7 वर्ष अगाडि 86 प्रकारको च्याउ उनीहरूले उत्पादन गरिरहेको थिए। अब हामीले त्यस्तै बजारमा एउटै मात्रै थरीको च्याउ चाहिँ एउटै थरीको मात्रै बजारमा गरिरहने हो र हामीले भेराइटी ननिकाल्ने हो भने मसरुमको मार्केट चाहिँ गाह्रै हुन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले अब यहाँ हाम्रो MOU-मा पनि छ र नयाँ मसरुमहरूको पनि हामी रिसर्च गर्नेछौँ। यदि हामीले यो गर्ने हो भनेदेखि अब मैले धेरै प्रकारको नगरौँला तर पछि आउने किसानहरूको लागि यो यति ठुलो काम हुनेछ कि मैले 20 वर्ष लगाएर गरेको काम उहाँहरूले सायद 1-2 वर्षमा कम्प्लिट गर्नेछन्। अनि त्यसरी मात्रै नै हामी अगाडि बढ्न सक्छौँ भन्ने मेरो धारणा अनुसार नै अहिले यत्रो वर्ष त गरिसके, अब धेरै गरिराख्नु पर्छ जस्तो नि लाग्दैन। त्यही भएर अब चाहिँ हामीले मेरो आफ्नो व्यक्तिगत विचारमा चाहिँ अब आउने जुन नयाँ किसानहरू छन् जो पढे लेखेरै आउँछन् होला, मेरो टाइममा चाहिँ म चाहिँ किसानीमा लाग्नुको कारण चाहिँ अब कोही पनि किसान बन्न नचाहने, अब धेरै नै दुःख गर्नुपर्ने भएरै होला सायद, नचाहने टाइममा चाहिँ अब यो टाइममा अलिकति पढेर अगाडि बढ्यो भने चाहिँ साँच्चीकै अगाडि बढ्न सक्छु भन्ने सोचले म अगाडि बढेको थिएँ। तर जति गरेँ सायद अब तपाईँहरूले पछि थाहा पाउनु हुनेछ र केही राम्रै एक्सपेक्ट चाहिँ मैले गरेको छु। अब यो MOU-बाट चाहिँ हामी विधिवत रूपमा राम्रैसँग यो जुन नेपालमा जुन तरिकाले चाहिँ रिसर्चहरू हुने गरेका छन्, मैले इन्डियामा हेरेको छु। एकदम बुढा भइसकेकाहरू कामदार राखेर पानीसम्मको भनेर काम चाहिँ रिसर्चरले हातै नहाल्ने स्थितिबाट हामी चाहिँ अगाडि बढौँला भन्ने सबसे बढी मैले एक्सपेक्ट त्यही गरेको छु। त्यसरी नै सायद हामी अगाडि बढ्न सक्छौँ होला। धन्यवाद।
ओमजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँले हुन त आफूलाई च्याउ किसान अथवा च्याउ कृषक भन्नुभयो, अनि उहाँको त्यो हामीले इन्डस्ट्रीमा हेर्न जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ म आफै इन्जिनियर भएर उहाँले कृषिको क्षेत्रबाट अटोमेसनमा लिएको एक्सपिरियन्स सुन्दा म आफूलाई लाज लागेको थियो र यति टेक्निकल कुराहरू उहाँले गर्नुभयो कि हामीलाई एकचोटि फेरि आफ्नो चाहिँ इन्जिनियरिङ पढाइलाई फर्केर हेर्नुपर्ने स्थिति हो कि भन्ने पनि लागेको थियो। यति भनिसकेपछि हामी अगाडि बढौँ। अब हाम्रो पालो छ प्रोफेसर डाक्टर सुरेश मानन्दर ज्यूको प्रेजेन्टेसन। पहिला त्योभन्दा अगाडि म उहाँको बारेमा एउटा सानो कुरा भन्न चाहन्छु। उहाँ मेरो मेन्टर पनि हुनुहुन्छ, हाम्रो डिपार्टमेन्टको चिफ पनि हुनुहुन्छ। ड्रिभन बाई अ थर्स्ट अफ नलेज, a young boy set out alone to India a long time ago, where he completed his bachelor's degree. He then returned to Nepal to share what he had learned teaching his peers at the National Computer Center. इन्जिनियर सकेर आउँदाखेरि आफ्नो साथीहरूलाई उहाँले ट्रेनिङ सिकाउनु भयो कम्प्युटर सेन्टरमा। नेपालमा बस्नुको विडम्बना यहाँबाट पनि हामीले देख्छौँ कुनै बेलामा। His journey didn't stop there. He went on to the United Kingdom in search of deeper understanding, where he chose to study a subject few dared to explore at the time, the artificial intelligence. Hearing his story, I can't help but call him the father of artificial intelligence in Nepal. So I would like to request Suresh Dai to please take your floor and presentation. Let the presentation be ready. Thank you.
Distinguished members of the board, Professor Sriram, good to meet you again. It's a great honor for me to be here. So I welcome all the participants. Thank you for being here with us. So I've been asked to present my journey from coming from York, UK. I've been back in Nepal for the last 5 years, and what my experience has been, what my aspirations, expectations, challenges has been. So I'll keep it very short, and I think a lot of the things I'm going to say has been echoed already by Professor Sriram at a higher level, and also by Professor Joshi here, Rajendra sir. But I'm going to talk at a very practical level in terms of what I've experienced, where I was previously, the challenges I'm facing, and if we are serious as a nation in terms of making progress in this space, what is it we need to do, the reality in the ground. So with that, let me begin. So, so this was kind of my life before I came to Nepal. So typically, I was supervising somewhere between 5 to 8 PhDs at any point in time, and supervising somewhere between 1 to 3 research assistants at any point in time. Nowhere close to Professor Sriram. So I visited his lab, met him in Singapore. And within our AI group, we had on average about 50 PhDs at any time, so which was a reasonably big research group. And for myself, I had somewhere between 1 to 3 funded projects at any point in time. Long time ago, I also had a large Erasmus project, which funded somewhere between 50 to 70 students to visit from Nepal to visit Europe about 10, 15 years ago as well. So my daily life was that, I would meet my PhD students on a daily basis, have lunch with them every day. And there will be AI research group meetings every week. And obviously there'll be the usual travel to conferences, workshops, visiting other universities and so on. So this is how I think, we should build a research group also in Madan Bhandari University. We're not there yet, but I hope, in the next, 2-3 years, we'll probably be there. So in terms of my teaching and administrative responsibilities, I, being head of the AI research group and also the AI research group had the collective responsibility of delivering AI teaching within the computer science department. So that included, all the courses, AI-related courses from first year onwards to the master's. And for myself, it meant, and for every member, it meant teaching about 3 to 4 modules, both in the undergraduate and the master's every year. And also, there's always going to be individual final year projects, and each one of us was required to supervise about 4 to 6 final year projects every year. So being in York for 23 years meant that, I ended up chairing lots of committees. So especially like the Master's Teaching Committee, which had the responsibility of course selection and scheduling for Master's teaching. And also Master's admissions, which meant that shifting through, hundreds of Master's applications. And also I was involved in chairing multiple committees on monitoring student issues. So this is typically a glimpse of, how things were for me before joining MBUST. Now, if we move to MBUST, where are we? So I'm looking after the AI and data science programs, and we've just completed the first year of teaching out of a 2-year program, research degree in research master's in AI and data science. So that means we've just more or less finished the taught part of that program. And so far, we have about 9 students, and we have 10, roughly about 10 incoming. And we're expecting to do another round of interviews, and hopefully we can recruit a few more students as well. So we are now initiating master's projects for the students in the 2nd year of the master's program. And we're also about to initiate the PhD programs in AI and data science. So this is going to be a big milestone for us. And from December, if things work out properly, we'll be initiating our undergraduate programs in AI. So again, I think a point that has been iterated by previous speakers is that the whole point about our university is that this is a research university. Our aim is to produce leaders and scientists. So that's the goal. So we will be designing our undergraduate programs in the same way. We are also at the conceptualizing, setting up an AI applications institute with the aim of, running a data center in AI, hosting localized solutions, collecting localized data sets relevant for Nepal, and doing partnerships in the industry. So, that's a broader vision of what we want this kind of application center or institutes to be. And also, more importantly, we also at this point thinking about a tech entrepreneurship center. So that is, joining up with businesses, running up an entrepreneurship hub, having business students working with our tech students and building up a startup and helping the startup ecosystem. So this is where we are. So things are looking really, really exciting. But now I want to come back to the reality in terms of, the good and the bad. So as has been highlighted earlier already, the good point is that, we do not have any legacy baggage. So if you are an established university, it's going to be extremely challenging to, shift direction of a large department into new direction. But we don't have any, excess legacy baggage, which makes us extremely nimble and makes it really easy for us to, change direction, adopt the latest technology, latest teaching methods. So what I can say is that, for example, the way we are delivering our AI teaching, I would say is even better than we were delivering in the UK. It's very practical focus. We combine the theory of practice. We get the students to do a lot of work, and they're spending a huge amount of time learning new things. So this is a big step change, in terms of the education delivery itself. So we have a tremendous opportunity to make a huge difference to this country. Now, in terms of the bad, and this is something that has already been mentioned, is that we really need to have much better funding for students. The reason the US is ahead in this game is that if you look at the top universities in the US, most of these students are already funded, right? And until Nepal, the Nepalese government realizes that funding is going to be a big driver to create a world-class university, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. So as a nation, I think we need to think very seriously about improving the funding climate for research students. And also, given the flux and the high demand for AI at this point in time, it is very difficult to catch or stop the brain drain. But I think, as Professor Sriram also mentioned, how Singapore did this, if we can get over this current catch-22 situation and move past and build this research university and cross a critical point, I think it'll be possible to retain much more of the brain within Nepal itself. And similarly, the same thing applies to faculty recruitment. It is really difficult to retain faculty in AI, as again, due to huge demand. And also, I'm run out of time, so I'm just going to say that we also need the help from our board of trustees to build eye-catching partnerships, international partnerships, to really get the MBUST brand, much more highlighted. The other problem, which is gradually being solved, is distance to our university from Kathmandu. And I think that's a practical problem at this point in time. So hopefully the new road construction will help. So with that, I remain extremely hopeful, and we live in exciting times, and I look forward to your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Suresh Dai. Now, अब समापन मन्तव्य हामी समयमै समापन गर्दैछौँ पहिलो सेसनको. सो उच्च शिक्षाका मूर्धन्य व्यक्तित्व, खास गरिकन व्यवस्थापन संकायका मूर्धन्य व्यक्तित्व. So I would like to invite a chief guest, Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, Chairperson, University Grant Commission, to deliver the inaugural closing address. Thank you.
Respected Chairman of the conference, President of Madan Bhandari University, of Science and Technology, MBUST, Professor Dr. Rajendra Joshi, Vice Chancellors, Member of Board of Trustees, former Minister already gone now, former Minister Education, Science and Technology, Giriraji, esteemed delegates participating both in person and virtually from within the country and abroad, official and student from MBUST and other institutions, professors from various universities, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure I stand before you today in this prestigious international conference on Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, first step towards world class. On behalf of the University Grants Commission and myself, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for this invitation to this conference. The UGC is appreciative of the opportunity to collaborate with MBUST in its effort to showcase a transformative approach to the higher education system in Nepal. I have spent almost 4 decades in academia in professional and managerial position, which includes, among others, the position of the Dean, Head of Department, Tiruvani University, and the Member Secretary and Chairperson of the University Grants Commission. Notwithstanding some instances of hope and satisfaction, I have been overwhelmed by the despair in relation to the development of higher education. The initiative of building Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology attracted my attention from the beginning of this initiative, as it was perceived as something which could change the course of higher education in the country. While at the UGC, I have been regularly receiving updates on the progress being made by the university. I enjoyed listening reports on the progress being made, but somewhere at the corner of my mind, I was questioning the credibility of the reports, as the progress looked too good to be true in the context of the prevailing atmosphere in Nepal. Recently, I was able to visit the university. I was deeply impressed by what I saw. During my recent visit to MBUST, I was truly impressed by the dedication of the students and interns in their research. Even during the holidays, they receive close support from their mentors and professors, which fosters a highly motivated and engaged environment. In a very short span of time, MBUST has developed its physical infrastructure and state-of-the-art lab facilities, which significantly contribute to advancing the real-time knowledge and skill of the student. Finally, I got convinced that an excellent academic institution, which we all academicians have been dreaming of, is taking shape at Chitlang. For this, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Rajendra Joshi, the President of MBUST, and his team for their dedication and effort to elevate this opportunity on the international scale. We should applaud their excellent work. I would like to express my deep pleasure in witnessing the signing of the MOU between MBUST and RS Mushroom Farm Private Limited. This sets a very good example for the industry, university collaboration at the MBUST and in other universities. I would like to congratulate the MBUST and RS Mushroom Farm for signing the MOU with and wish them a very productive collaboration. I also would like to appeal to industry to forge more partnership with MBUST with a view to enhance the competitiveness of the Nepal's economy. I am fully aware that MBUST has embarked on a very challenging task of delivering world-class teaching and research under severe constraint. I would like to inform this gathering that the UGC will make best efforts to mobilize all resources at its disposal for supporting the MBUST to achieve its mission and vision. I would like to wholeheartedly commend the MBUST team and all stakeholders who has been lending support to this very challenging endeavor. Using this forum, I would like to solicit support for MBUST for all stakeholders, as I truly believe that MBUST has the capacity to change not only the higher education landscape, but also the development of the country. I'm particularly impressed with the support being received by the university from distinguished academicians and university leaders of international repute. This support I take as an evidence of the importance of the initiative to build a world-class university in Nepal, and the trust of the university has earned from the international community. Using this opportunity, I would like to thank the following international speaker of the conference, Professor Sudhani Frontier, trustee and former Vice Chancellor of McGill University, Professor Sriram Ramakrishnan, trustee and honorary Everest Chair of MBUST, and former Vice President, National University of Singapore, Professor Nam Pho Su, trustee, former President, Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and Emeritus Professor, MIT, Dr. Samaz Qasim Lakha, former Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Pakistan, and founding President of Aga Khan University, Pakistan, Professor Richard Miller, founding President of Olin College of Engineering, Mr. Bruce Flesner, former Vice President, American University in Cairo, and President of Everest Fund Science and Technology, USA, and Dr. Kenichi Ohesi, former Country Director of the World Wing of Nepal, member of MBUST Trustee Recommendation Committee, and the Director, Everest Fund of Science and Technology, Professor Netra Chetri, Arizona State University, USA. I seek apology for not naming all Nepalese and foreign nationals who have been generously contributing to the development of MBUST. At the end, I would like to thank the audience for participating in this conference in person and online with the conference and productive outcome. Appeal to all stakeholders, national and international, to support MBUST in its noble mission and appreciate the effort of all those who have worked hard for the successful organization of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Adhikari. Now, तपाईहरुलाई याद हुनुपर्छ टिभीमा एकताका चियाको विज्ञापन बज्थ्यो। यो समय मुना चियाको भनेको जस्तै यो समय र्याडिसन चियाको समय हो। अब हामी 20 मिनेटको ब्रेकमा जाँदैछौँ र यो ब्रेकको समयमा मेरा आदरणीय गेस्टहरूलाई के अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु भने हाम्रा फ्याकल्टीहरूले र हाम्रा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूले गर्नुभएका रिसर्चहरूको पोस्टरहरू हामीले त्यहाँ राखेका छौँ। यता पनि छ, उतापट्टि हलमा पनि छ, एकचोटि हेरिदिनु होला। त्यसबाट केही इन्ट्रेस्ट लाग्छ भने maybe we can collaborate. So we'll be back at the hall by 11:20. Enjoy the tea. Thank you. अब म सबै आमन्त्रित महानुभावहरूलाई आफ्नो सिटमा बसिदिनु हुन हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। हामी अर्को सेसनमा प्रवेश गर्दैछौँ। यो सेसनको थीम चाहिँ हामीले इकोनोमिक ग्रोथ को सन्दर्भमा हामी कुरा गर्नेछौँ। एकाडेमिकले इकोनोमिक ग्रोथमा कसरी सहयोग गर्न सक्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामी कुरा गर्नेछौँ। त्यसर्थ सबैजना आदरणीय हाम्रा व्यक्तित्वहरूलाई आफ्नो आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु न म अनुरोध गर्दछु। And meanwhile, I'd like to request all the presenters to be ready. And we need 3 mics for the students. So, सबैजना ले 3टा माइक चाहिन्छ हामीलाई। 3टा माइक चाहिन्छ। त्यो 3टा माइकले उहाँहरूले विद्यार्थीहरू भाइ बहिनीहरूले आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुहुन्छ। त्यसको लागि ठीक पार्नु होला। So to begin with, यता बसौँ। त्यहाँ पछाडि उभिरहनु भएको छ, आफ्नो सिटमा गएर बस्दिनु भयो भने हामीलाई कार्यक्रम सुचारू गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ। र खास गरिकन फ्याकल्टी र विद्यार्थी भाइ बहिनीहरूले आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुपर्ने भएको हुनाले अलिकति समयमै यता अगाडि आएर बस्दिनु भयो भने हामीसँग टाइमको बचत हुन्छ। So let's start this session, the session 1, contributing to economic growth. So we have research and development activities of Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. On this, I'd like to invite the team led by our director, Dr. Kriti Kusum Joshi. So to begin with, we present the pioneering research and development activities at the university, which you must have gone through all the posters that we have today, a reflection of our commitment to applied knowledge. Please welcome Dr. Kriti Kusum Joshi, Director of Institute of Applied Sciences, joined by faculty members and students of the university. Dr. Joshi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, respected board members, participants attending this event online and in person, my colleagues and friends. So it is my pleasure to present an overview of academic and research programs at MBUST. So this presentation will be divided into 3 parts. So first I will recap what our president has already mentioned in his presentation, how we are aligning our academic and research programs with our mission and vision. And next, we'll be presenting some research works that our young researchers are doing at MBUST, and followed by what we think is the way forward. So I'm joined by an army of young researchers. Thank you. Our vision is to be a world-class university, and evidence shows that a world-class university is not possible without a strong research component. And if you look at the examples of the rising stars, new universities that have attained world-class status within the last 15 to 20 years, we see that it is not only the research, but research on science, technologies, and innovation that has helped them attain this achievement. But within science, technology, and innovation, also there are many research areas. And as our president has rightly stressed, our research focus is on the competitive advantage of Nepal. And we are focusing on research that produces tangible contribution to the nation's economy and prosperity, because that is our mission, to make a prosperous and just Nepal. So our programs are unique in nature. So organic agriculture, forest biomaterials, digital technology, and sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Research is our backbone. So even while selecting students, we look at the research potential. We ask students to prepare a research statement. It is one of the criteria in the seven-step selection process. And we also help students identify research topics right from the beginning of their academic journey. But we also acknowledge, and we also we are also mindful that students come from different backgrounds, and which calls for an equity-based approach to creating a customized and collaborative learning experience for the students. Our labs are growing. So this is an overview of our labs. So some of the labs are already functioning, and we are working on some others. Organic agriculture program is one unique program of MBUST. So we have a normative approach to defining agriculture. For us, agriculture means organic agriculture. The organic agriculture should be organic agriculture. And our organic lab is now conducting research on wild mushrooms of Chitlang Valley. And it might be surprising for some of you that even in the small valley of Chitlang, there are about 150 mushrooms, wild mushrooms, and 33 mushrooms have been identified to be edible. Let's hear from our researchers about the ongoing research in the mushroom lab. Atmas.
Good morning, everybody. This is Atmas Kumar Shrestha. I am PhD scholar at Madan Bhandari University and in organic agriculture program. The focus of my study is antimicrobial and antibiofilm potential of wild mushrooms of Nepal. So this topic, I plan to harness the potential biodiversity potential of Nepalese wild mushroom, and these mushrooms will offer potential health benefits and develop plan is to develop healthcare products. Thank you.
Namaste. My name is Suraj Chaudhary. Currently, I am conducting my doctoral research on taxonomic study, nutritional analysis, and domestication of wild edible mushroom found around Chitlang area. My main objective of this research is to document the ethnomycological knowledge around the Chitlang region, and also develop the cultivation technology for those wild edible mushroom. As wild edible mushroom are seasonal, so we want to develop the cultivation technology so that farmers can get the continuous supply or economic source for wild mushrooms. Also, we want to evaluate the nutritional values of those wild edible mushroom. Also, if we domesticate them, what are the nutritional difference? This is my research. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. It's me, Saugat Arsi. I'm from Jajarkot, and I'm graduated as a biotechnologist, and I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in organic agriculture. So my thesis topic is bioactivity and in silico assessment of indigenous medicinal mushrooms of Chitlang. As we all know, the mushrooms are very high in medicinal values. So we try to explore the biomolecular components of the medicinal mushrooms of Chitlang. So there are a few medicinal mushrooms I'll be exploring. So through in silico assessment, I'll be trying to figure out if the molecules are eligible for drug development or not. So that's my research topic, and thank you and have a good day.
Namaste everyone, it's me Nitesh Khadeuda, student of Madan Bhandari University under Organic Agriculture Program, and I'm basically working on shiitake and western mushroom for its optimization, and my research will focus on growing parameters, and after this research, and I will recommend the best parameter for growing shiitake and western mushroom. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I am Parvin BC. My research focuses on optimizing locally available agro-waste and organic substrate variation for common edible mushroom in Nepal. By this optimization, low cost, sustainable materials and eco-friendly in Nepal. This research simple goal is to locally mushroom farmers more efficient, then turning agro-waste material change into valuable resources? Thank you.
Next, we have PPBC lab, and let's hear from Dr. Anupama, who is heading this lab.
Namaste, good morning. I am Anupama Shwesa, currently working as assistant professor at MBUST, and I'm right now principal investigator at Plant Protection Biological Control Laboratory. My research area is microbial interaction. Right now, we are developing different biopesticides and biofertilizers, and that's the research area I am supervising my students. Thank you.
Let's hear from the students. Sabanam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sabnam Swedi, currently doing my master's in organic agriculture at Madan, Bhandari University of Science and Technology. The topic of my research is biological control of clubroot disease of cauliflower. This is one of the most prominent disease in the cauliflower and various other crucifer plants in Chitlang as well as various parts of the country. So we are trying to get the bacteria, mostly the biological biocontrol agent against this disease, and finally contributing to the sustainable agriculture in Nepal. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chudamar Joshi, a master student of the Madan Bhandari University. My research focuses on the evaluation of the botanical extract as a biocontrol agent of mushroom diseases. Nepalese mushroom farming faces a significant challenges of the bacterial and fungal infection. To address these challenges, we isolated in pathogens of the mushroom diseases, which you can see in the photos. And then after we are trying to isolate, we are trying to evaluate and botanical extract for the effective control of the mushroom diseases. Our goal is to develop the cost-effective and environmental friendly alternative of the chemical pesticide of the mushroom diseases. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Sarvesh to explain about his lab.
Namaste, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sarvesas Tongol. I'm the assistant professor at this university, and I'm currently leading JDC lab, known as Genomics and Tissue Culture Lab, where our research spans across genome editing, tissue culture works, as well as the entrepreneurship development. Our work is involving primarily in genome editing of Jumli Marsi rice to develop blast-resistant rice lines, and also to early detection of the blast disease in these crops, in millets and in Jumli Marsi rice, as well as the conservation of these crops. Our work is also focused on development of kefir, marketing them in the market, and development of the entrepreneurship through our students who has already graduated. And the other research is focused on in-house production of in vitro polymerase production, its purification, and making Nepal self-reliant in terms of this enzyme. And finally, our work is also involved in development of microtuberization, where we are developing high quality seed for potato production. Let me call some of my lovely colleagues who are working with me.
Pawan. Hello and namaste everyone. I am Pawan Kotait. Currently, I am conducting a research on the Jumli Marsi. That is a local cultivar of Nepal and is cultivated at the highest altitude in the world, that is in Jumla. My research mainly focuses on the development of the blast disease resistant cultivar of Jumli Marsi using the CRISPR-Cas9 by targeting the susceptibility gene. Thank you.
Hello, namaste and greetings to everyone. My name is Birendra Mahara, and currently I'm doing research on the topic isolation and characterization of blast fungus in rice and millet cultivars of Nepal. To characterize the blast fungus, I'm using the virulence gene and effector proteins, and we are also looking for the susceptibility of those fungus in selected cultivars. Thank you.
Namaste and greetings to everyone. I am Samita Gartimagar, and my research particularly focuses on genetic transformation and gene expression, which will later on facilitate the genetic engineering of local rice cultivars of Nepal. Thank you.
Namaste everyone, I am Divya Chatkulip. Presently, I am working on conservation of indigenous rice and millet variety by using plant tissue culture technique. Furthermore, rapid blast detection kit will be developed. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mansa Raut, agriculture graduate from AFU. I am co-working with her, and we are working on orso millet, finger millet, and rice cultivar Jumli Marsi. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. I'm Shruti Suvedi, a biotech graduate from Tribhuvan University. Currently, I'm working on in vitro production and purification of polymerase. We are conducting this project in order to make Nepal self-reliant in terms of polymerase production, which is widely used for polymerase chain reaction, also known as PCR.
Namaste everyone, I am Sandhya Khatri, BTech Biotech graduate, and I'm working with her in this project. So far, we have already extracted plasmid and transform it into the E. coli. Now we are in conformations process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a very interesting lab called Community Supported Agriculture Lab. Tana, could you please explain what you are doing right now?
Hello and welcome everyone. It's me, Dhana Krishna Achari, student of Master of Applied Science in Organic Agriculture. I am currently doing my research on promotion of organic agriculture through Community Supported Agriculture CSA. We were conducted survey in market outlet and producer of organic farming farm. In that survey, we found there is two problems: market problems and production problems, and there is lack of organic certification and product quality. If we establish the community supported agriculture, then this problem will be solved. That's why we were established community supported agriculture in Chitlang, and there are 10 producer, and we have 17 consumer, and we link the producer and consumer together and starting marketing of organic product in Chitlang and establishing a sustainable community supported agriculture. Thank you.
Besides mushroom and Jumli Marsi rice, we also work in kiwi fruit. Cecil?
Hello and good morning to you all. I'm Sushil Rai and a master scholar at MBUST under the program Organic Agriculture, and I'm the first kiwi person of the university. So my research is on various grafting and budding of kiwi fruits under the problem of graft failure and the growing demand of kiwi fruit in Nepal. The goal of my research is to produce kiwi fruit more efficiently and more in a more farmer-friendly way. Thank you.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. I'm Ankita Nepal, student of Masters in Organic Agriculture, and I am currently doing my research focused on the impact of farming system and that actually affect the time of harvest of kiwi fruit, including their shelf life. I'll be doing research focusing on three areas. First one is different cultivar and their harvest time and effect on their quality. And second one is focused on the pollination. It includes the two type of pollination. First one is natural and second one is humanly done. And their quality, and third one is affected. Third one is focused on the farming system, including the organic, semi-organic, and inorganic, and their effect on the kiwi fruit quality and their shelf life. Thank you, everyone.
Forest Biomaterials is another unique program of MBUST. I would like to request Dr. Sabina.
Namaste and good morning, everybody. In Forest Biomaterials Science and Engineering program, we have multidisciplinary faculty working on timber and non-timber forest products, and we aim for promotion of bio-based materials by forest management, and also we want to have diversification in utilization of forest products. Thank you. More on our program will be delivered by our students and faculty.
Nawraz?
Good morning and welcome to all of you. It's me, Nawraz Pandey, and I want to question you, how many all of you know the plant Principia utilis or Tantilo? So no worries, I am working on that plant. I want to support from you to develop the antioxidant and anti-hypertension medicine. This is the plant that have the tremendous opportunity and the chemical, but we are ignoring this plant. So from this research, I want to develop the drug, and I hope all of you help to develop this medicine from me and our institution, MBUST. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning, everyone. Myself, Binda Silwal. I'm studying Masters in Forest Biomaterials program, and my research is mainly focused on bamboo and wood treatment. As we know that bamboo is gaining a lot of attention due to its diverse applications in structural and furniture industries, but its application is limited due to its short durability and several biotic and abiotic stresses like fungal decay, cracking, UV radiations, and that is why. And despite these challenges, there are certain chemical treatments available in the market, but that is not economical, environmental friendly. That is why we are working on extracting the plant extract and green treatment to those bamboo and wood species to increase its shelf life and to develop a standard protocol for the treatment in a sustainable, environmental friendly way. Thank you.
Namaste to everyone and good morning. My name is Mukesh Marjan, and my work is on the characterization of two species of bamboo, that is the Bambusa balco and Bambusa nutans. The use of this building, the bamboo in the buildings is limited due to the lack of the datas and the standards. So I am working on this characterizing this bamboo and preparing the database for these two species that can be used in the analysis and design of these bamboo buildings in the future. And for this, I have separated into the three or like four different tasks. Number one task will be the geometrical the geometric characterization. Number two will be the material characterization, that is mechanical characterization. And number three will be the joint characterization. And number four, it will be the on the fit on field test method that will be utilized in the harvest site or in the buildings that we can use it in the field to find out the strength. So these are my four different tasks in my thesis work. Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Sudeep is our assistant professor. Don't confuse him as a student.
Good morning, everyone. In the forest biomaterial program, we think that the timber is the another important resources of the country because 45% of our country land is covered by the forest. So we are planning to conduct the research on the wood science. So basically, we have chosen the four topics here, and we are already starting some of the topics, for example, with the wood seasoning and the natural plant fibers, which are the greatest resources of our country. Thank you.
Next, we have a very interesting research technology lab, which is coordinated by one and only Dr. Rajesh Subba, who has been busy today as the program host. And this lab is currently engaged in harnessing the power of AI, data science, and IoT, Internet of Things, in solving societal problems. Let's hear from our students who are engaged in some representative projects. Naveen?
Namaste everyone. Myself Naveen Bhatta, currently pursuing Master in Data Science in Digital Technology program. Currently, I am here to present about our project entitled Early Forest Fire Detection using Deep Learning. We are trying to detect forest fire in the real time to mitigate the impacts of forest fire in different areas. Our team will be we will be deploying the AI model in the tower in the first. I'm sorry. We'll be deploying the 360-degree camera in remote area, and then we'll deploy AI model there, and that will detect that will transmit the data to local area. At first, we'll be deploying the system in Chitlang area in the local area, and after that, we'll be applying it in a nationwide or globally. Thank you.
What's up?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Utsav Bardeva from Madan University of Science and Technology. Currently, I am doing the Master in Data Science. I am here to present my project entitled Indoor Rodent and Intruder Deterrent System for Mushroom Farms. It is designed to uh, uh, it is designed to designed to protect the crops from pests and intruders in a smart way using AI and IoT. Thank you.
Progress.
Hello, namaste and good morning. Myself Progress Jang Thapa. Currently, I am proceeding Masters in Data Science at Madan Bhandari University. So I am in the faculty of AI and DS. So as a student, the greatest strength is not to be able to learn technology, but to use that technology to solve real life problem. So my title is based upon a real life problem. So I'm using some technology currently based in this 21st century to solve a real life problem. So I'm using machine learning, data science, and IoT based so that we can like eliminate, not overallly discriminate, but to reduce some of the impact of monkey deterrence in the farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Sustainable and resilient infrastructure is our newest last program. So currently we are focusing on the revival of traditional stone masonry buildings and adaptive reuse of traditional buildings, as well as we're focusing on the use of bamboo, the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable and resilient construction material. So I would like to invite Neelkanta to give us just a glimpse of our ongoing research.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. This is Neelkanta Regmi, and I am working on stone masonry. Stone masonry is very much important for our country, Nepal. As I know that we all have interesting memories in stone masonry structure, so we have to promote this. And I want to work in stone masonry structure with considering three factors: seismic safety, traditional architecture, and modern comfort. It is very much important, and it is also environment friendly. And with the stone machinery and mud mortar, we can build this sustainable and resilient Nepal. So I ask everybody present here for help me in this research uh, as much as possible, so that we can push our country Nepal towards this sustainable and resilient Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all our young researchers. So concluding, we have documented all our research activities in the form of MBUST Insights, which is published monthly and is available online also. We would also like to take this occasion to acknowledge the support received from the government agencies, UGC, NAST, and recently MBUST, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Like our president said, the amount of grant is not important, but the work and the impact that that work would make is more important than the research amount, grant amount. Now about the way forward. So we talk so much about the challenges, but I think that challenges are well known. There are opportunities to be harnessed, but the opportunities are underutilized, underexplored. And our strategic priority is to forge university industry partnership. This partnership would allow us to provide real life, real world problems to the students for learning, and also to enhance their critical thinking and the students through research. Our hope is that the students will come up with transformative solutions through research and innovation that would contribute to building prosperous and just Nepal. And in the long run, this research environment, research capacity would help us to become a world-class University. And we understand that the journey is long, and with your blessing and support, we are ready to take this long walk to the future that we all desire. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joshi. And thank you all the faculties and students for the research. यो रिसर्चको कुरा गर्दाखेरि कहिलेकाहीँ मलाई एकदम रमाइलो लाग्छ क्या मेरो नेपाल सरकारसँग काम गर्दा प्रहरी सेवामा 25 वर्ष मैले बिताउँदा चाहिँ टेक्नोलोजी र मान्छेको कुरा गर्नु पर्थ्यो भने अहिले डिजिटल टेक्नोलोजी प्रोग्राममा आइसकेपछि मदन भण्डारी विश्वविद्यालयमा कहिले बाँदरको पछि लाग्नु परेको छ, कहिले दुम्सीको पछि लाग्नु परेको छ, कहिले चाहिँ त्यो च्याउ खेतीमा यस्तो गर्ने भन्छन्। यो चाहिँ बडो रमाइलो हुँदो रहेछ, एउटा नयाँ डोमेन नयाँ संसारको डिस्कभरी भएको छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। यो रिसर्च एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ छ। हामीले खास प्रमोट गर्न खोजेको चाहिँ इन्डस्ट्रीमा गइसकेपछि इन्डस्ट्रीमा जानुभन्दा अगाडि हाम्रा विद्यार्थीहरूले बजार बुझुन्, मार्केट बुझुन् र जुन प्रविधि उहाँहरूले सिक्नु भएको छ त्यो प्रविधि खालि किताबमा मात्र सीमित नरहोस्, रिसर्च लाइब्रेरीको घरमा गएर नबसोस् भन्ने हाम्रो उद्देश्य हो। त्यसकारणले sometimes I used to call myself a pracademic. So pracademic is a concept that I go to the research and do research and I bring that research to my practice and vice versa. So हामीले त्यो प्रयास हामी त्यहाँ गरिरहेछौँ र यसै सन्दर्भमा now I'd like to invite one of our esteemed faculties, Dr. Anupama Shrestha, and student Ms. Sabnam Subedi. What drives the people behind the university? Let us hear what motivates our faculty and student to contribute to Nepal's economic growth. Now I invite Dr. Shrestha, Assistant Professor of Organic Agriculture, and Ms. Sabnam Subedi, a student from the Master of Light Science in Organic Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Once again, namaste, good morning. It's my pleasure to share my journey as a faculty member at MBUST. On May 5, 2023, just a year ago, I received my appointment letter, and now it's a full year has been passed. And even before joining as a faculty member, I had an honor to serve MBUST as a consultant, contributing to its initial foundation and working toward its vision of becoming a world-class university since 2022. Today, I also represent all of our academic faculties here. Well, from day one, I was deeply impressed and inspired by vision of our university, MBUST. Its mission, its vision, and its mission to contribute to an economic revolution captured my attention. And I was inspired by its zero corruption approach and emphasis on research. So today we have great, well-equipped laboratories where allowing us to conduct research and produce outcomes that gives us innovative solutions, problem-solving solutions, and tangible products. At MBUST, both faculty and students are driven by shared mission to turn knowledge into action. Faculty are motivated by highly impactful research that we are doing. All of our faculties are conducting research that are impactful for the social, economic transformation of our country, Nepal. Well, from lab to the community, we strive to contribute to the economic development of Nepal. Now we have taken the first step toward becoming the world-class university. This journey, as it seems, was not easy. Facing different hurdles like bumpy roads and limited resources. I must share, a few months back, we had a road blockade for a month. Then we all academicians, students, and our staff commuted to our university through Chandragiri cable car. The experience was really thrilling, but also tiresome. Yet, the challenges have taught us resilience and gratitude. And stepping forward towards becoming the world-class university. None of this would have been possible without the teamwork of our faculties, MBUST staff, all the stakeholders involved. Their support and dedication have made my and our journey at MBUST truly meaningful. And I'm very proud to be part of this privileged family. And I had a very good experience as a faculty to supervise and teach our students to solve the real life problems that our community faces and to give the results that are really impactful for our country, Nepal. So finally, I would like to conclude my experience sharing by a poem by Robert Frost that the woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep, miles to before go I sleep. Thank you very much.
Good morning and namaste to everyone present here. Respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, my fellow student and all the guests. It is truly an honor to be standing in front of you at this prestigious international conference under the visionary theme, MBUST First Step Toward the World Class. As a student of Masters in Organic Agriculture at Madan, Bhandari University of Science and Technology, I feel proud and deeply connected to this journey because I have witnessed the first-hand transformation this institution is undergoing. So today I am here to share the glimpse of that transformation through the lens of a student. When I first joined MBUST, I came up with a curiosity, a strong desire to become a researcher and contribute to the sustainable agriculture in Nepal. But what I found is just more than a university. I found the space that encouraged the critical thinking, innovation, and solving the real-world problem. I found the mentors who not only care about the academic performance, but also about nurturing the purpose and potentials. What makes Ambassador truly world-class is, of course, its infrastructure and syllabus, but the main is the vision that embraces the inclusivity, international collaboration, and different type of interdisciplinary learning. During this time, I had the opportunity to attend the various conferences, various seminars to connect with the expert. And even today, standing here in this prestigious conference, these are the moments that shape us not only as a student, but also as a global citizen. I strongly believe that we students are the most important stakeholders in the MBUST journey to become a world-class university. So we must rise to the occasion. We must do our research with relevance. I also, at the same time, I would like to, me and my generation, the emerging mind of this university, would like to the emerging mind of this university look up to the respected authorities here with hope. We hope for your continuous support to do more type of research, for more type of learning environment, because your vision leads the path we walk on. So today I speak not only for myself, for every student here in this world who have the big dreams. Let us be the ambassadors of the embossed excellence. Let us take this value into our work, our communities, and in future. So at the same time, I'm proud to be a part of this journey, and I'd like to say that MBUST is not only moving toward the world class, MBUST is becoming a world class. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Asresta and Ms. Subedi. What a beautiful poem by Robert Frost. That exactly applies to, I guess, all of us who commute every day through the Chitlang Highway, about 30 kilometers a day. The roads are awful, but we need to travel. I don't know what happens in the monsoon season that is coming up, but nonetheless, we have miles to go before we sleep. Now, let's hear from one of our collaborators that we did since last year. So let us now hear from industry partner actively working with the university. Please welcome Mr. Deepak Pandey, Chair of Larki Himal Jadibadi Udyog Private Limited, to speak on the ongoing collaboration between Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology and his enterprise. Mr. Pandey, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to Larke Himal Jadibiti Udyog, a company deeply rooted in Nepal. Our tradition focus on wellness, quality, and innovation. Our guiding mission is nourishing life every day. Larke Himal is one of Nepal's leading manufacturer and export of herbal product. We focus on creating high quality herbal, vegan and natural care product and beauty, wellness and wellness product. Our products are all backed by research and carefully crafted to support everyday health and well-being. Next. What sets us apart? We follow a strict quality standard at every step, from growing herbs to manufacturing. Our facility meets CGMP guidelines. Sorry. Our facility meets CGMP guidelines, and we have a strong quality partnership with Madan Bhandari University to ensure scientific validation and quality assurance. Mission and vision. Our mission is to bring the power of nature to people's lives. We want to create products that are safe, effective, and natural, while staying committed to sustainability, ethical sourcing, and transparency. Our vision is to become a trusted name in the health sector in Nepal and worldwide. We aim to lead with innovation, expand globally, support our local communities, and help people make better natural choices for their health, beauty, and wellness. Resource and development. Our R&D team is the heart of what we do. We use modern tools like SPTLC and SPLC to ensure product safety, purity, and quality. We focus on advanced herbal formulation, natural ingredient extraction, new delivery system using innovation technology, sustainable farming solution using herbal and microbial inputs. This mix of traditional knowledge and modern science help us create a product that truly works for beauty and wellness. Product range. We are on the verge of developing over 50 products, including beauty and wellness products, along with personal care and other products. All are made with Himalayan herbs and a strong focus on quality and purity. MOU for technical collaboration. On August 7, 2023, we signed a technical MOU with Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology. This collaboration helps combine academic knowledge with practical industry experience, creating a strong base for innovation and international growth. Collaboration highlights. Here are some collaboration highlights between Larke Himal and MBUST. Testing of essential oil compounds, research on best harvest times, a hydrodistillation setup installed at MBUST for scale of research, rosemary cultivation at MBUST premises. This step shows our sure commitment to deep research and real-world results. Relationship between Larke Himal and MBUST. Partnership. Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology and Larke Himal Jadibiti Udyog Private Limited has a collaborative partnership. Roles. Larke Himal Jadibiti Udyog acts as the industrial partners, providing practical industry insights and opportunities for research applications. MBUST functions as the technical partner, offering scientific knowledge and technological supports, technical discussion. We are constantly exchanging idea with MBUST on herbal product testing, regularity standard, eco-friendly packaging and research, and how to bring together Ayurveda and modern science. New technology for harvesting, cultivation, and extraction. Together, we are working on solutions that are not just effective, but also sustainable. Lab utilization. We are also planning more structured laboratory collaboration to better test ingredient, improve extraction methods, and develop new formulation. Clear testing standard and joint research projects are already in motion. Students internship. We truly believe in sharing knowledge. Larkin Himal and MBUST are in collaboration to provide scholarship to students in the field of herbal sourcing. The next, product formulation, quality assurance, marketing, and research. This gives students a real world experience and a chance to grow their careers in the herbal and Ayurveda fields. Support Ayurveda and cosmetic studies. We are also helping MBUST create a whole Ayurveda and herbal cosmetic curriculum, including expert-led lectures and workshops, a research project with our R&D team, scholarship and training, and plan to set up a dedicated herbal research center. This will help shape the future of herbal science in Nepal. Thank you. Thank you for your time, for believing in the power of nature. Together, let's keep nourishing life every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. Now, let's move on to the next presentation. The partnership thrive when industries and academic collide. It's a serendipitous discovery. So when two minds interact with each other, we generate ideas. To speak on the potential of broader collaboration between industries and the university, we now welcome Mr. Birendra Pandey, first Vice President of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries, to give his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and very good afternoon to everyone. I'm wearing the hat of Confederation of Nepalese Industries today. I'll just briefly let you know about what is this Confederation of Nepalese Industries and what we do. It's about 23 years old now. We are the professionally led apex body of industrial community of Nepal, and we represent manufacturing as well as service industries. And we play the leading role in the industrial sector of Nepal to make it vibrant, resilient, and globally competitive. And also we contribute about 60 to 70% of total revenue collection of the government. So we collectively, our members, we employ about 130,000 people. And at the center, we have 150 plus large industries and conglomerates. And in total, across the nation, we have around 7,000 plus member industries in our purview. We are represented by all 7 provinces. And at the secretariat, we have 29 professionals at the secretariat, and more than 50% are the female employment, so it's trying to be more inclusive as well. Regarding our category representation, we are represented in diverse categories like manufacturing, agriculture, construction, education, IT, automobiles, and all that. And our administrative structure, we have a general body, National Council, have around 50 plus members at the National Council, office bearers, around 9, including president and 7 vice president and the director general. And we also have a governing council comprising of past presidents and senior industry leaders, and the secretariat which runs the SO. What we do, we actually promote investment and export, raise clear voice of industrial and economic community in Nepal. We also try to serve our members and safeguard their rights, and create an environment for industrialization. We provide constructive feedbacks to the government, backed by research and evidences. And we also promote corporate governance and also entrepreneurship through learning. We also organize startup fests every year. And we have around 23 committees in various sectors, like industries, infrastructure, BFIs, tourism, and all health, education, and entire, oh, sorry. So these are the committee structure. And we have national and international collaborations with various organizations. And we also advocate for industry-academia relations, which is the topic of the day, because when we come closer, we understand each other and work in collaboration so that the economy we can support the economy as well as industries and the students and academic institutions as well. Overall, it can support research and development. We can also work together in curriculum design and come up with the industry issues and industry problems. We can work together in internship and training, skill development, and faculty exchange. And also, as we work quite a lot with the government in policy advisory role, we can work together in specific areas in that area as well. And with CNI and MBUST, so we can work together in industry and academia research, joint research and development program led by MBUST as well as participated by our industries in relevant fields. And also human capital development, can co-develop curriculum aligned with the industry needs, can share the industry experiences to the university as well, and then vice versa, and also entrepreneurship and innovation. So these are the broader areas of potential collaborations, what we can do, including internship and policy research and advocacy. And we also have CSR fund for our large industries. We can work together utilizing those funds as well. So looking at mapping the areas we are working with and the focus of our MBUST, can see there are 4 committees we can work very closely: an agriculture committee, medicinal and aromatic plants committee, tourism and infrastructure committee, and CNI research cell. So those, and we can work in areas of organic agriculture, biomaterials, forest biomaterials, and the data sciences as well. Regarding the tourism and infrastructure committee, we organize Nepal Infrastructure Summit every 2 years, and we have a lot of insights in that area, as well as we're trying to promote the investment in infrastructure that is sustainable, resilient as well. So in that area, we can work together, as well as we have very strong tourism committee providing policy feedback to the government. We've been instrumental in creating parliamentary committee and specifically in tourism as well in the last few years. So we can really work very closely promoting the tourism space, including joint projects of eco-friendly tourism infrastructure, research and various tools, internship, and also the support tourism strategies. And regarding the organic agriculture, we have agriculture committee and various industrialists who have invested significantly on the agriculture, especially in organic agriculture. So we can work very closely on that, and also work in policy alignment, value chain development, strengthening farm to market systems, youth engagement, and also market access. regarding the medicinal and forest biomaterials, we can probably work together in a joint research and product development. We have seen a lot of research activities is happening in this very infant age of the university. You know, it's very promising and commendable. And we can, as an industry partner, we can probably work in support of that as well. Regarding the data sciences and artificial intelligence, we have quite an effective research cell within CNI, doing research on various economic agendas, and we publish quarterly and monthly reports as well. And across all the 23 subcommittees committees that we have, it provides the cross-cutting information and research insights to all those committees. So this research cell is quite influential, as well as it has a lot of wealth of industry information and issues as well. So probably we can work together in enhancing those by adopting the data science principles of data sciences and also engaging our students there. So it's basically, just to summarize, so there's a lot of areas that we can work very closely and together, but there's a skill gap that we want to bridge and create employability to the graduates, and also improve curriculum aligned to the industry needs. Driving innovation within Nepal, this is very important, because when we study abroad or in other universities, we probably take the case studies of multinationals across the globe. But if we want to be deep-rooted in our nation, and enhancing research and development support, contribute, and probably together we can contribute Nepal's economy by aligning academic output to the industrial needs and upskilling our professionals. So with this, I think my time is up, so I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. We're definitely looking for the partnership. Now, we have another presentation from Professor Sriram Ramakrishna. Sriram Ramakrishna, I don't see him. Praveen, can you help me locate him? Okay, thank you. So though we are talking about making Madan Bhandari University world-class university, but the million-dollar question or the silver bullet question is like, when does a university is considered the world-class? That's the question we need to ask. So a university becomes a world-class when its knowledge transforms lives, not just minds. So university is definitely for flourishing the mind, but when it changes the lives, then the university tend to become the world class. So we now welcome back a globally respected academic leader and our trustee. Please join me in inviting Professor Sriram Ramakrishna, Honorary Everest Chair of MBUST and former Vice President of National University Singapore, to speak on the role of universities in knowledge and technology creation. Professor Ramakrishna, floor is yours. Thank you.
Sorry, you have to listen to me today more than once, but I will try my best to engage you, give some insights, perhaps you may not be directly aware. The title is Role of University in Knowledge and Technology Creation. I was listening to one of the young students of MBUST. She used the word emerging minds, right? I was impressed that she coined a new word. The question is, what is emerging mind? And we understood a lot now. Later on, I will actually show, but I'm changing this order of my speech because that word caught my attention. Emerging mind. That means here we have a concept of mind. What is mind? Most people actually have no idea what's mind. And scientists or neurologists, they would more comfortable with the brain. So they would say emerging brain. So let's assume the mind and brain are similar somewhat. I wouldn't go into the detail. For brain to emerge, there are two important processes. One is memory. Second one is learning. So when it is iterative, that's the time the brain actually evolves. Emerging brain. Then we can go to the emerging mind. So for brain to emerge, memory is key. What exactly is memory? That's knowledge, experiences. So the more new knowledge, more new experiences you accumulate, your brain is now populated with that. And when you introduce a learning process, your brain actually emerges. That's basically emerging my brain. And of course, in AI, you would definitely say, without memory, that means data, what can you create a learning? What kind of intelligence can you create? So the core of intelligence is basically data or memory and learning process, which is basically intelligence. So I will explain those things in my lots of slides. I changed my sequence because I was impressed with that word used by a young student. Okay. So about knowledge and innovation, we take it very seriously in Singapore. Singapore's workforce among the world's most skilled. See, if we go by any global database, OECD or World Bank and so on. Why? That's because without knowledge and without upskilling, we would be left behind. And remember, I said in the morning, trade is only one area, tariffs, they are competing. But even more deeper competition that is evolving between global West and global East is the science and technology domain. There's immense competition happening on science and technology-based innovation. Absolutely. So a university like MBUST or Nepal, if you're not involved in the creation of knowledge, absorbing the knowledge, and perhaps making that knowledge into innovation, scale up for benefit of the economy, you would be left behind for sure. And the competition is very intense, and it's going very high speed. So I will explain some of those, what I observed. Last time when I first met President Joshi, we were talking about, he actually asked me, give me a real example. You can say a lot of things, but show me one good example. This is the one. About 12 years ago, I established this Solar Energy Institute of Singapore, 12 years ago. At that time, we have no researchers or innovators related to solar energy. Nobody in our university. And when we wanted to establish, even the government leaders were not convinced. The reason is, Singapore is a tropical country. We don't have a high quality sunlight. So they say, how on earth you can actually make solar energy that can serve the nation? So this was the top level policymakers' concern. But at that time I was the dean, so I pushed ahead with the support from Singapore's Economic Development Board chairman, and we actually established this one. The idea is Singapore imports all its energy from outside. At least Nepal, you have a hydropower. We don't actually have any energy source in Singapore. So we import everything. We said, how can we have our own energy source for the national security. So solar is the only one, nothing else left. Nothing else is an option. So we said we must go ahead because this is about the national security. So we established it. Later on, within 3 years, it has been basically a $3 billion industry. Now it's close to $5 or $6 billion industry in Singapore. It's a very successful story. But what is even more important is it actually changed the way Singapore thinks about energy independence. Total game changer. I will explain. Yes, we do not have a solar energy that is high quality, but technology advancements helps us to generate our own electricity within Singapore up to 5% of the national electricity need. 5%. But that's not enough. The question is, how else? So now, because we have pushed this solar energy at the time, 12 plus years ago, it built confidence in the system. The business community realized it, so is the government. Now Singapore has a plan, ambitious plan to produce means, I will tell you how, 50% of national electricity from solar energy, 50%. How? Now Singapore actually now setting up solar farms as far away as Australia. It's close to 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. There would be subsea cables, and the power is transmitted. So is the discussions going on with other ASEAN countries like Vietnam, Thailand. So Singapore is actually investing and then actually creating our own electricity and bringing it to Singapore. So the idea is 12 years ago, when this idea was promoted, nobody believed it. But now, almost every government leader say, we actually have a plan for energy security. We have our own growth plan. In addition to that, national companies like Keppel, Sembcorp, they now establish solar farms in other countries. So it's actually became a business. Down the line, I will tell you even more important thing is happening, which is basically hydrogen economy. That's going to come. And you need water and renewable energy like solar energy to create hydrogen. So you start something, it will lead to something else. If you don't start, you're not going anywhere. I think there is saying, right? A long journey starts with the baby steps. If you don't take that step, you will never reach the destination, how far it may be. So take the step. So I think these are the details, but I can show you, for example, with that kind of technologies, you see there solar panels, how we do the coastal, because we need to protect our coastal areas. Singapore's strait is very busy. Every day, thousands of ships come and go. How do you ensure 7/24 hours security of shipping lanes? You know, piracy, all these things are a big problem, pirates. So you have these self-powered buoys, they're there. With big data, AI, they actually monitor our national security on the shipping lanes. And now, I'm not an expert on AI, but one thing is very clear. The AI is basically came forward as a wonderful progress for the humanity. Three things behind it. One is the neural networks R&D that took place for the last 30, 40 years. Similarly, the big data and graphical processing units, GPUs, like the NVIDIA, that's basically GPU. Because you have these three enablers, you have the modern AI revolution. Yeah. So now, the data, you need a data centers. So you see on the left side, data centers, are they climate friendly? Are actually bad news. Without data centers, AI cannot function, or ICT, information communication technology. So each data center, for example, we have a Google data center in Singapore, is $1 billion, one data center. Not a million, $1 billion. We have a large number of data centers in Singapore, and the neighboring country also has a lot of them now. So on the right side, actually that's one of my projects. We work with data center companies. Next time, if you visit, we can show you that facility, the data center we built in Singapore, our university. Now, I just want to go back. Yeah. The point here is the data centers take lots of energy. And Nepal is a fantastic place because you have a natural cooling, right? My suggestion for Nepal, well, I'm not an expert, but my simple suggestion is there are people thinking how to improve the energy management of data centers, and you need a cooler place. You have beautiful mountains with a lot of cool conditions like ice and snow. Why can't you build data centers, use satellites to transfer information up and down? You essentially have a global data centers for Nepal as well as rest of the world. You don't need cables. You don't need cables. You have satellites for information transfer. So go ahead and build data centers where you don't need so much cooling. Then you are basically center of the world. And you remember I said both the neighboring countries will generate a lot more data, and they need a third site for security in the case of geopolitics. Yeah. So imagine things that you normally would not consider. You have the best climate conditions. Data centers require that, right? Okay. So the other one is Singapore. I need to promote a little bit. Singapore airport is fantastic. And Changi Airport is #1 in the world. We handle about 70 million passengers a year. Our population is only 5 million, but we have tourists, 70 million. 70 million tourists. So that's why it's #1. The point here is there is a growing demand for aviation. So how does universities play a role, or the technology and knowledge creation? Here, you could see, we imagine there is a lot of need for maintenance of all this growing aviation sector. So one of the university, NTU, has a very large aviation program, and they serve the needs. That's how Changi Airport, with thousands of aeroplanes coming in and going, manufacturing companies like Rolls-Royce there, we support them. So without science, technology, and innovation, I don't think it's possible for us to serve high-tech industry like aviation industry. It's needed. And Singapore is now also home to the largest plant for a sustainable fuel. So the aviation industry want to decarbonize, and they need to use sustainable fuel. So we have Neste, which is a large company, produces, I do not know the exact numbers, but that's one of the world's largest sustainable aviation fuel business. The feedstock for that is actually waste, food waste, and some other biomass. So you have a lot of that in Nepal. So you could imagine in the future, maybe an aviation fuel, which is, it generates higher value for you. Yeah. And then I also believe I need to explain why China able to compete US in the last 15 years on innovation, because they have more number of engineers than you can find in the USA. Lots of them. And you can deploy them very quickly. And you can take any technology, go forward very quickly, because they're basically very well trained in science and technology. Yeah. So that's why you could see their dominance in EV, renewable energy sectors. Now you could see that, yeah, those are the data. Basically, 60% of the world renewable energy, especially solar energy, dominated by them. EV cars, definitely. They are competing very strongly against European, Japanese cars, and of course the US cars. That's only possible because they have a high quality science and technology based manpower. Plus, of course, supply chain, they focused on it and they made it happen. Yeah. And, but of course, a small country like Singapore, should we give up? I don't think so. So we actually think let the other countries can be as big as they can be, but small country like Singapore also can play a role. So we look at the trends. This is the battery growth, battery industry worldwide. So this is our own team. You can see me there. We developed a solid state battery, solid state battery. And now it's actually deployed, and I'll show you the results. This is basically safe and high energy density, and that's a startup company we set up, and it's much better in the life cycle. I'll show the results. It has a much longer lifespan than the normal solid state batteries. Now, we use these batteries for drones in Singapore, drones. And we already have a $10 million investment for this company. Just now I showed you, right, how strong China in this area. So should Singapore give up? I don't think so. That's my point. Let other countries be as strong as they can be. You can innovate. Why not? And this was done completely in Singapore, from our laboratory, from our university, National University of Singapore. I just want to give that example. Yeah, so then you can also imagine exoskeletons. Again, a lot of new things can happen. And this is in China. I'm establishing a big national program there. This is a national hemp. Hemp is just like you have a timber. Hemp is another large crop in northeast China. It's massive. You could actually see that's is massive, is huge scale. So we are looking at how to find more uses for this waste biomass. Okay, since the time is up, so we actually go down to the fields and we figure out how to do these things. And yeah, there's a lot of detail. And Singapore also doesn't have any agriculture, but they're innovating on rice. And we have way we help out other countries in terms of sustainable rice. Yeah. And I work with another company, Coromandel in India. And this is about nano-fertilizers using nanotechnology. And that's caused greenhouse gas emission. I think we have 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Done. Okay. I'll just go ahead faster so that, okay, we go into the detail. Okay, let's go ahead. So I just want to say this example that is, you have a lot of opportunity for biotechnology. I met some of the students just now outside. There is something called protein fibers. They're coming. They will replace the current petroleum-based fibers like polyester and nylon. So Japan is doing extremely well in this area. So you could do these things. And also the dyeing, natural dyeings, it's very important. We have a huge project on chemical-free dyeing. So it's again, you can see that. Okay, there are details, I won't go into that. Okay, that's a lot of things. Since I don't have time, I just want to put that point to you very clearly. I spent a lot of time trying to understand what is intelligence, and it's very clear. Intelligence is nothing but an emergent function or ability of certain network neuronal process involving memory and learning. On the left side, memory and learning process are the core functions of the brain, emerging brain or emerging mind, facilitated by neurons and proteins. So for young students at MBUST, all I want to say is find no reason to be more efficient and do less. My suggestion is do more. More means more memory. More memory means you have a chance to process it, then you become more intelligent, more smart, and then you can help Nepal much more and the world. With that, I think I'll stop because there's a lot of detail. These are the technologies. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. There's a lot of excitement.
Well, that was a very inspiring presentation, as usual. Research is the game changer approach. And very interesting that hydrogen economy and data center and Nepal, I guess, can play and look forward to. So now, with further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Krishnadas Manandar to share insights from the biotechnology sector and his partnership with the university. He is the former head of Central Department of Biotechnology at the Tribhuvan University. Thank you.
Namaste and good afternoon. I'm thankful to Madan Bhandari, University of Science and Technology for this opportunity. I'm talking on the CDBTTU activities and the partnership experience with the MBUST. In fact, this is the story of the small institute, organization institutes, biotechnology department within the very big Tribhuvan University. Going through briefly, this my department, our department was established in 2008. However, the courses started from 2009 and PhD from 2011 and postdoc 2017. It's a small department, so our faculties ranges from 6 to 12 inch, and ours currently we are the 6 full-time faculty with the part-time faculties and oh, sorry. Oh, will you? Back. No. Okay, sorry. We got this. We are the first department to get the quality assurance and accreditation certificate by the Tribhuvan by the University Grant Commission, for which we had a strategic plan and we were focused on the infrastructure, teaching, learning, policy procedure, research objects, student support, and the information technology. However, during the 2017 to 24, this is my leadership tenure, we were focused on the infrastructure, particularly on the instrumentations, because biotechnology is a very costly science to work with, and we were focused on the infrastructure, policy procedure, and then the research project. However, they are interlinked with each other. Okay, for this, sorry. For this, we started our work with 2009, and our infrastructure development raised from 2018 to 21. We had a very good inflation, or we could enhance the instrumentation with the 93.45 million Nepali rupees. So it is, though it is a small amount for the international arena, it's a good setup within the department. And these are some instrumentation that we have. So this department, we say that it's a kind of the model department in the Tribhuvan University for the biological sciences. This has been supported by the different international institutions, and they are the TOS, NIS, IFS, and the other different institutions are there to support it. And for that, we are running on the different projects. Now we have 4 international projects and the different other national projects going on with the different interesting topics, like the yeast engineering for the advancement of antimalarial research, and the dengue virus seroprevalence and the genetic diversity kind of the work, which is being supported by the NIS CRED, NIS USA, similarly emerging infections, and then the antibiotics from the Indo-lacanic fungi. Similarly, we have the other national projects running on the biogas and the viral-like particles as a prototype of dengue vaccines and cutaneous leishmaniasis, food biotechnology laboratory. Meantime, we have been nurtured to have a collaboration with the MBUST from the beginning. So some of the national projects running on it are on the development of blast resistance lichens, which has been already mentioned by the students. That is now the skills is being transferred. And then we are doing we have the other projects. And these are some of the specific focus laboratory we are having in our department for the strengthening our research work and the teaching learning. These are some laboratories claims of my department or our department. And the research activities, we are working on the dengue. Dengue is the indigenous, very serious concern to the country. For that, initially, we used to send the samples to the Hong Kong and the India and the other part of the country to know the serotypes circulating in the country. Currently, our department, my department, my lab has now established a molecular kit which can now detect the serotypes circulating in the country, and it is very sensitive to the very costly qRT-PCR that we can run in the department. Similarly, this leishmaniasis disease is so indigenous. This is again on this. There is a visceral and the cutaneous leishmaniasis, and this cutaneous leishmaniasis is an interesting disease because it was not prevalent or the indigenous in the country 10 years back or 12 years somewhere back. Now it is a very indigenous and circulating widely in the non-pocky, in the temperate part of the country. So this is the people, we do not know what is the etiology behind it. And this etiology was first detected by my department. So this is an interesting result we have. This has been published in the scientific reports, the Nature publications, and it has a good feedback with us. Then after we are working on a project that is the fever of unknown origin, we, in Nepal, there are about 70% of the cases of the acute encephalitis syndrome. And those cases, those patients were not known about the etiology. So we are working with the NIH projects for this identification of the novel virus. And we got two viruses, human parvovirus 4 and the Zemi KV virus in Nepal. However, it is in the other part already reported. It is also reported now from Nepal. And we are working on the dengue virus whole genome sequencing. We're using the MySeq Illumina platform that we are having, and it is our proudness that we have that kind of the instrument, and we can work on it in the Nepalese setup. And we are also working on the PLP-based dengue vaccine prototype, and that work is continuing work, and we have achieved some of the results so far, and it is on the end of the project. We are on the process of success. Then after the protein that we get from the VLP that we are using on for the development of the kit, lateral flow kit development for the diagnosis of the dengue. And we are working to understand about the immune response of the dengue infection in Nepal, in the peoples, and we are correlating with the cytokines and the immune cells on it too. Where it will help if there is any chances to apply our vaccines, then we can use them. And during the COVID also, we worked well with the good partnership with the local government, and we shop the people and the local people there. And the other project we are working on, the biofuel, Dr. Jarina Joshi is the PI for that, and she came to say that the biogas can be produced even in the low temperature of 15 to 18 degrees centigrade. Similarly, the bacteriophage as an alternative treatment, those are phases are being collected from the sewage and the hospital waste to which is efficient for the different. And next is this is the yeast engineering and the antimicrobial work going on and quickly going. And these are the clips, and we are happy to have this kind of the work and this policy and the development. Now, regarding partnership, I will go very quickly. We have done the MOU with the MBUST, and the different aspects of categories. We can do the collaboration with the MBUST. For that, guiding the students, doing the different other projects with the MBUST. And this is the initiation of the work we started with the collaboration with the MBUST, and this is the part of that one. Quickly, the next project we are working in the cafe that it has been mentioned already, and this is one of the entrepreneurship workshop, and the students here, they are having the different projects in the collaboration. And by this, we are very much happy that Tribhuvan University Central Department of Biotechnology is collaborating with the MBUST, and we are encouraged with the close relationship and the very frequent exchange of the skill and the other content with the MBUST. Hopefully, this will help the MBUST as well as the Tribhuvan University Biotechnology Department as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manandar. I hope our faculties and students are inspired to continue what Dr. Manandar has been doing. Now, to move on, चितलाङमा एकदम क्वाइट प्लेस हो क्या चितलाङ, धेरैजना जानु भएको छैन जस्तो लाग्छ, विद्यार्थी हामी बाहेक। चितलाङ चाहिँ भेरी क्वाइट प्लेस। अनि म 3 महिना अगाडि जाँदाखेरि एकदम क्वाइट प्लेसमा एकदम अचानकसँग एकदम कोलाहल सुनियो क्या, एकदम भाइ बहिनीहरूको कोलाहल सुनियो, के रहेछ त भनेको। अनि हाम्रो शम्भु सरले स्वच्छन्द भैरव भन्नुभयो। अनि स्वच्छन्द भैरव भने चाहिँ मन्दिरको जस्तो लाग्दैन, होइन सर स्कुल भन्नुभयो क्या। त्यो नाम स्वच्छन्द भैरव छ, त्यस्तो भाइब्रेन्ट छ। र उहाँहरूको कुरा सुन्नको लागि म स्वच्छन्द भैरव माध्यमिक विद्यालय चितलाङका उपप्रधानाध्यापक श्री जङ्गबहादुर गुरुङज्यूलाई निमन्त्रण गर्दछु। तपाईँलाई 10 मिनट। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Jangabadur Lama, Assistant Principal of Sri Swachhanda Bhairav Secondary School, Tha Municipality, Ward number 9, Chitlang, Makwanpur District, and local concern, all the great brothers present. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology for inviting me to an important program. Like Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, first steps towards world class and giving me the best opportunity to present some of my suggestions and guidance. Firstly, the view of the buildings of Madan Bhandari University being constructed within the area of about 180 orphanages owned by our school, Sri Swachhanda Bhairav Secondary School, and view of the study and teaching has made Aval Chitlang feel that it has added an educational center. So that I will help anytime our MBUST educational journey and educational all program and success MBUST program, all program, I would like thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Now our first session has been completed, so we would like to take a question answer if you have any regarding the presentations. I would like to ask our volunteers to give mics to the respective question.
ओके यस्तो छ एउटा प्रेजेन्टरहरूले प्रेजेन्टेसन गरिसकेपछि मेरो थ्योरी चाहिँ के छ भने कमसे पनि एउटा प्रेजेन्टले दुईटा क्वेसन सोधिदिनुपर्छ भन्ने छ। त्यस हुनाले त्यो हाम्रो एउटा स्वागतको कार्यक्रमभित्र पनि पर्छ। त्यस हुनाले प्रेजेन्टरहरूमध्ये जसलाई पनि तपाईँहरूले चाहिँ प्रश्न सोध्न सक्नुहुन्छ। भोलिन्टियर माइक छ, प्रश्न सोधिदिनु भनेको सभाको गरिमा पनि बढाइदिनु हो जस्तो हामीलाई लाग्छ। प्लिज। कसैले सोध्न चाहनु भएन भने म नामले पनि बोलाउन सक्छु। त्यस हुनाले त्यो मोमेन्टबाट जाने कि आफै प्रश्न सोध्ने आफ्नो हातको कुरा हो। म धेरैजना व्यक्तित्वहरू देखिरहेको छु एकाडेमिक सेक्टरबाट। त्यस कारणले यु मे आस्क श्री रामकृष्ण क्वाइट एन अपर्च्युनिटी टु आस्क हिम। उहाँ हाम्रो गेस्ट पनि हुनुहुन्छ, युनिभर्सिटीको मात्र होइन हाम्रो नेट राष्ट्रको पनि पाहुना हुनुहुन्छ, अरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ हामीसँग। यो खानाको कारणले पनि हो भन्ने मलाई लाग्यो। सो अब यसलाई फर्दर टाइम वेस्ट नगरिकन यदि कसैसँग प्रश्न छैन भने हामी लन्च ब्रेकमा पनि हामी कुराकानी गर्न सक्छौँ। कसैले प्रश्न सोध्न चाहनुहुन्न भने आई वुड लाइक टु मुभ अन। ओके, अब खानाको कुरा गर्दाखेरि एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ रहेछ। म त्यो हेर्न जाँदा यता सकिसक्नु भएछ हाम्रो स्वच्छन्द भैरवज्यूले। सो हाम्रो खाना एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ छ। रोस्टेड चिकन छ, गोस्ट छ, त्यसपछि च्याउको तरकारी पनि छ बाइ द वे। So these are the things will be served. Please enjoy the lunch and we will start the next program at 2 o'clock. So would like to see you before that. Thank you.